you know. So again, we pray everyone had a successful, healthy week. All your family members are doing fine, and you are doing fine. And then we just continue to pray. We pray that Allah bless us with success, not only with the halal industry, but with all our endeavors throughout life. Everything we do, the thoughts, how we plan things, we want it all to be pleasing to Allah. Be in accord with what Allah wants us to do. Yeah. So with that, this is going to be ongoing with this halal industry. The process of doing for self, building for self, things that again we want to provide the basic necessities of life for us. As we see around the whole world, here in the United States, all around the United States, here in America, everybody is they doing for self. They building, they building housing. They are supplying the necessary things for life. But they're supplying their own when it comes to food, clothing, and shelter. Now here in Philadelphia, I think in every major city, you always did have every major city did have a Chinatown. And as far as I know, they've been here longer. We always had a Chinese store in our neighborhood, but it wasn't like this city. We had Asians all over the place, but every neighborhood had a Chinese store. So that's. And I said that to say this here. Now here in Philadelphia, and I think also with it, and I think in every major city, at least a lot of them, you have what you call a Chinatown. You know, and they have their own town right here in the city of Philadelphia. And that's been there for years. Yeah, I think at least. Hey, this is 2025. I'm saying they've been here at least in the '60s. When you say, brother man, yeah, at least in the '60s. So but again, I mean, that shows they have been doing for self and have done for self. Now we as African Americans, we got to do the same thing. So with the halal industry, that's one of our goals. Do for self and to supply our every need for human growth, for human development, food, clothing, shelter, jobs, healthcare. Yeah, and we want to help not only people that are well to do, we want to help those less fortunate. Yeah. Now, our founder, Imam Wali Bilal, man, he's also a veteran, a war veteran. We have brother Hassan Shamsuddin and Jihad Sangari. These are brothers that are part of the Bilal's Inc. And all three of those brothers that I mentioned is more around the country, but since those three are the closest that I know, they are veterans. There's certain benefits that veterans are due for serving in the armed forces. When you're applying for a civil service job, you're supposed to get certain points. You get certain benefits. They get pensions and other things. That's because they made the ultimate sacrifice to fight for democracy. Really, they went to fight the war. So uh, so again, with the housing industry, man, we want to do the same thing. When I say the same thing, the whole industry, we about providing clothing, food, everything. We want to have our own. We'll have establish our own schools. We want to have our own farmland. We'll be actually growing our own cows. And that's the goal. Do the whole thing from have the farmland, grow our cows, slaughter them properly the halal way. We don't take a gun, bust them upside the head as they come into. No, we don't do it that way. That's un-Islamic. You calm the animal down, then you cut the throat. The blade has to be sharp so the animal doesn't suffer. That's how. That's how it's done, the halal way. Yeah. So now this, of course, I guess now again, everybody else. 'Cause I worked in certain meat houses. Well, I worked in one, put it that way. As soon as an animal come in, man, pow, bust him upside there. He don't know what's going on. Then he's shaking. He's still shaking. It's like a assembly line. They hit him with that stun gun, bow. Then hook him, then he up in the air, and he's still shaking. The other guy with the knife slit his throat, and it's like a assembly line. They go on down. But that's not the halal way. We wouldn't do it. We wouldn't do it the right way. The way Allah say do it. Yeah. That means grazing the animal, making sure to get the proper food, the proper grazing, all that. Really, that's the goal. Take it from the grown animal, slaughtering it, and also there are benefits that come from the cow, from the skin of the cow. We get so much stuff that could collect to that cow. You got leather coats, car seats. It go on and on and on. Matter of fact, we can do this whole program on that and still won't touch the scraps of the surface just on that part of the cow. Is that right, brother man?
That's right. That's right.
And we won't even touch the surface. But and don't think this can't be done. But we're in the process now. A matter of fact, we already started. As I said, a lot of brothers and sisters praise the building, so we're on the way. Yeah. No, so the foundation is being set. Now it's going to be some more obstacles in our way, man. But we'll be determined to make this a success. Okay? And so we have to do it. We have to be in it for the long haul. There can't be no turning back and no crying. Oh man, no. Whatever setback come, man, we just deal with it and keep on moving. Because this stuff is, we have got to do this, establish something for us, for our people, the African American community. So we got to do it because everybody else is doing it. And you can't just keep crying and looking for the government to bail you out, to help you out. Although when you are a business owner, there's certain benefits you get from the government. Yeah, there's certain benefits that you get. You know? So that's what we're about. You know. You know. Now, been a lot of stuff been thrown at us. You know, you heard me say this many times before. The man Bilal has suffered the most. So Bilal blessed him with a strong will, determined he's not going to be deterred.
Oh.
Said you're not going to be, just don't get frustrated. Keep on going. You're like a good counter punch. You throw that right and he ducked. Then he hit you with another 4 punches on the return. When you miss, he make you pay for it. I'm just using boxing as an analogy. Yeah, we had a boxer out of Philadelphia, but he was nationally known. He was a great fighter, but now he's no more for being a great trainer. He passed away some years ago. His name was George Benton.
Yes. Yeah.
He trained Philadelphia, Benny Briscoe, Willie the Warrior Monroe, but also Pernell Whitaker. I think he had something to do with Holyfield, Joe Frazier. This is George Benton. He got the Allah bless him. He didn't get all his rewards for being a fighter, but he got it being a trainer. But Lou Duva got him to train the fighters. You know, if you look up Pernell Whitaker, you see where he be fighting. That's that Georgie Benton style defense. You swing and you miss. You don't hit because he's hard to hit because he's good bob and weave, make you miss. And when you miss, he's gonna make you pay for it. Pop, 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 pop. You miss that time you miss, he's gonna pop you upside the head. Eventually, when one said they'd knock you out because he could punch. And during that era, you had some strong middleweights, so you had to be good. But just getting back to this halal industry, I mean, that's how we're gonna be, Not saying we're gonna be a fighter, man, but we are gonna be a fighter to a certain extent. When I say that, we not initiating no fight, but if that come our way, we have to defend ourselves, just to defend ourselves. We pray that don't come to that, but you have to be naive to think those situations won't come your way, especially the climate we have in America today. So people in government think they can say anything and do anything. So that's why I say, we can't be deterred. And sometimes when you have a good plan, then people they want to stop you or make it hard for you or jealous of it. Could be anything. They try to do things just try to throw you off. They do it on purpose. See if you can throw you off. See if they can take you off your path. You on the Lord's path, they're gonna see time gonna try to whistle to them, make them do something, try to throw us off our path. But with the believer, man, you gotta keep your head, you gotta stay on that straight path. Keep your prayers to Allah and keep on moving. That's what you gotta do. You can't get angry. And that's like going back to that fighter I said. If any fighter tell you, that's when you can't do. You can't get angry. You know. We had another fighter. I don't mean to go on a rant about fighters, but it's just part of the strategy here. You know, we had a fighter named Archie Moore.
There you go.
I mean, he was slick. You know, matter of fact, he was known to step on your foot. He'll cuss at you. Say you ain't nothing. You so and so and so and so. Then he close. He step on your foot. So you can't move. You try to move back. You can't move. He bam. He hit you. He's known for that stuff. It was Archie Moore. I think he has the most knockouts of any fighter in history thus far. You know, he fought a long time, light heavyweight, and he fought some as a heavyweight. Matter of fact, his last fight was against this young fighter at that time was known as Cassius Clay, but later on became Muhammad Ali. His last fight was against Ali. You know. But that's just to show you know you can't be getting angry. You can't let in this process of trying to and with the halal industry, you know, we know we have to maintain our cool, stay steadfast, stay to the plan, and keep our prayers to Allah and keep building. Right now, we got a lot. We got work to do on our building. You know, and it's come wear and tear. You know, from the elements. It'll put wear and tear on your building in any house. You know. So, but again, so we just gonna keep on. We're gonna keep on peeling, praying to Allah, and stay together and keep planning and keep building, keep on going. You know, bills got to get paid. The prayer alone won't do that. You got to pray, definitely. You got to pray, then you got to work, strategize. You know? Because as a people, we had to keep going. We had to try our best to be successful. We do our best. Because people got to see our people. I'm talking African Americans now. They got to see some success from us, from the African American community. Now me myself. I'm use me now. Now I'm dark skinned, so you can't just say black because you got Africans just as dark as me. You got Jamaicans. You got some Hispanic, they're Cubans or whatever, or Puerto Ricans, just as dark as me or darker, as what Nate said. So, but all those groups I just mentioned, they do for self. And when they do for self, it ain't necessarily trying to help us. They ain't trying to help us. Now again, ain't no hate, but the common sense thing is no. We got to do for self.
Bro, that's our second thing about doing for self.
Yeah.
We know the importance of it.
Yeah. As Brother Nate said, we know the importance of it. Doing for self. And that's something we determined to do. We're gonna have to do it. But as I said before, I'm just talking about the basic stuff. You gotta be able to do for self. Now, I'm gonna go back to Chinatown real quickly again. Now, I knew they had a lot of clout, but I didn't know they had that much clout. And I said this before, man, a couple of times. But a pro basketball team here in the city of Philadelphia called the Philadelphia 76ers. They was going to build a new stadium in downtown Center City, Philadelphia. Chinatown was right in the path of that development, so they had to tear Chinatown down to build that stadium, arena. Excuse me, stadium arena. Now you couldn't tell me that wasn't going to get built. Come to find out, it's like man plan and Allah plan. Allah the best of planners. They somehow Allah blessed them to turn that thing around, and they said they changed their plans.
Took it over Jersey. Further than back in South Philly.
They took it. I think, brother, as Nate said, it moved to another site in Philadelphia, South Philly, the southern part of Philadelphia. But again, that means, because that shows the lies of God. He all the praise to go to him. He the one that really made it happen.
Yes.
But that goes to show you now, they done some work. They got some clout. Because I'm telling you, even when I think about it, it had to be Allah to make that happen. A professional sports franchise, they coming through something. They coming through. But they changed that. Yeah, yeah. And the same thing happened to us. See, you get to going good, God building, allows God. He gonna look for Allah looks out for his righteous service, So that's we got to be more. And if you look at it, all these other ethnic groups, they have an economical base. You know, you look at all the food carts. Most of them look like Middle Eastern and Hispanic. It used to have some African Americans doing that, but now even the vendors, and then also you got the controlling the vendors, those vending vans that they use, the little carts or the vans, and they all it's a process of getting those vans. Then when you're not using it, you got the facility where you can keep it at. I know they got one place in North Philadelphia. I know underneath this bridge in North Philadelphia, where they have a lot of these vendors. They take their carts and they go up in there. There's a little warehouse down there. Yeah. So somebody controlling. You got the van to control that. Then you got the place where you got to store the van. That's a separate entity. See, all these little subcategories that you need. But that's how when you all this process of doing for self. It's a lot you got to learn. So that's why going back to the halal, this halal industry. See, all we going through all the proper steps, making sure that foundation is strong. So there's no room for error because we got to be done right. Because we got to be successful. We got to go on. I haven't even mentioned the fact that we need our own educational system. Yeah. We had a very big school here, Islamic school, Sister Claire Muhammad School. Some of my children went there. Now I'm going way back because my oldest daughter, she's what, 54? Yeah, she's 54. Because I remember she was in the fourth and fifth grade at Claire Muhammad. Yeah. I mean, we had and all the graduating students from Claire Muhammad, and this is back in the 80s now. But a lot of them went to college and graduated. You know, so it's already we already improved. We can do it. We just got to get back and do it again. At this time, we can have more than one school. That's all in the plan too. Every aspect of human development. That's part of this allow industry. We had one school go from first to the eighth, then a high school. I mean, schools they have all they need. If it's high school, I think it's even middle school. If you go up to eighth grade, you need a science lab. If you're in the high school, you need a science lab. Everything you need for a well-run school, and give the students a well-rounded education. And for me, I think you need a school to even have a property teach the trades. Yeah, you need that. Everybody don't have to go to college. We got to be well-rounded. We can be iron workers. They make good money working in these building trades. Here in Philadelphia County, in this area, if you come out the building trades, 25 years. That's it. But I think 55 years old, 25 years in, you get a full pension. But also, I'm talking about the trades like carpenters, plumbers, cement finishers, iron workers. They also have an annuity as a part of the process. So it's the pension, it's your wages, your pension. When you retire, it'd be your pension. Then also in those building trades, you have annuity. Now, but with them trades now, I have to give them credit. And they might have had that, but they're racist. I'm trying to keep blacks out, but I have to give credit's due. They get them benefits. Now, when you come out the building trades, retire from the building trades here in the Philadelphia County, I mean, your annuity is like 1.3 million. That's on top of your pension. I'm just saying every little bit helps. Every little bit helps, And that's when you retire, And then, and then construction, and then the construction side, your wage is divided in three ways: your benefits. I mean, two ways. Three: your benefits, your pension, and your and your annuity. Right?
Right.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah, an annuity. And that's not, and that ain't nothing. You can do a lot of investment, boy. With that, you get that whatever the tax, But I'm saying with the halal industry, and nothing's off the table. The law's God.
I mean,
We can do the same thing. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. But I'm just saying, those are things. Those are things that we. Those are things that we want to do, and we should want to do that.
I mean, that's right.
People that work for a while when they retire with dignity, See, schools,
That's right. Create.
real estate, schools, farmland.
I mean,
Yeah. Matter of fact, when we start getting getting that economic base going with all that building, then what we want to do? What we want to branch out into the political system. Because we're going to branch out there, and we run the candidates.
that's
right.
We run our own candidates. So we ain't got to worry about the character. The character going to be there because they ain't going to fit nothing but Allah. And that's what's going to take to change this climate in this political climate. Somebody is going to do right. We fear nothing but Almighty God. Now we not going to be since Allah made it man and woman. We can't get into that transgender type thing. Why? It ain't us personal. Allah said he didn't do it. Allah didn't do it. He created man and woman.
That's right.
Now we're not going to go out and pick it and stuff like that, and all that. We just and you still, even though you're like that, you pay taxes, so you got a right to get the services in the society. But we, as Muslims, we don't agree with that. There's a lie specifically clear on that. that's like known the alphabet. That's clear.
Yeah.
Now, if you ain't got that, and again, same time location, man, come on. So man and woman, we ain't gonna pick at you and try to kill you, do something physical to you. No, you got that's you keep, you say that to yourself. That's your brother, But then again, you still a taxpayer, so you still get rights in the government. You pay your taxes, so you still get your rights. So I'm saying that because even when we get into politics, Islamic, we don't get caught up in that stuff, because that's clear. Allah made man and woman. There's no in between. Yeah. So we're going to keep. Again, we're going to keep. Stay on this course, man. Of making this a halal industry, making this a reality.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, on our property, one person they done some trickery and they took a portion of our land back there. They got a little loft back there, or whatever I don't know what you call that.
It's a law.
Yeah, it's a loft.
They didn't take it.
Yeah,
They asked to use it originally. Actually, they used for their part.
Okay.
Now they tried, but they still haven't been taken.
Okay, yeah, I just got corrected by the man, Bilal, because we all sit there. You might hear me talking. You hear Brother Nate in a few minutes, but also man Bilal, he's also here. It was on beef for him. We would be having this program because he was the prize. He was the one that it was his thoughts. Allah bless him to come up with this idea for halal industry. Because I tell you, I wasn't even thinking about it. It wanted to be for Allah, the Son of the Prophet, Elijah Muhammad, Imam Muhammad, Imam Bilal. That's what we have in this community do. That's the order. Allah, he stands alone. And Muhammad, as his messenger, stands alone. Yeah. Elijah Muhammad, he give him his contribution. People can say he didn't teach Islam, but if you look, even the way that Islam was, the way he nurtured this community he followed the Quran and Sunnah the Prophet.
He gave us Islam.
And as Imam Malala to say, he gave us Islam. He gave it us. And no matter what, you see how this white man is acting right now?
Yeah.
That's one guy. One thing for sure. You told the native business now. One thing you did, boy. That fear white folks, that was broken. That was right from day one. You were not afraid of not any man, but I'm saying white folks because they the ones that was running everything.
Slavery and everything.
And back then,
Yeah.
and then even in latest 19, I'm gonna take I guess his 30s.
Yeah.
In the southern part of the state, you could maybe in the 50s.
That's right.
A black man couldn't even stare a white man in the eye. He might get lynched for doing that.
Well, he's still doing that today. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It still
Yeah.
exists.
They try.
Yeah.
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 When they can.
Yeah. But they did. But the that's one thing. That was day one.
Mm-hmm.
That fear of white folk that was broken.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And that means a lot.
And he gave us this one.
And then and he also, as Imam Bilal said, he gave the African American Islam.
Descendants of slaves. Don't forget.
Descendants of slaves. Descendants of slaves. That's right. Yeah. Because really,
we
didn't know nothing about. I gotta tell you, I didn't. The term Islam, the term Muslim, I heard it from the Elijah Muhammad.
That's it. That's the only thing.
All these brothers that was teaching Islam, so we say properly at that time, I ain't hear nothing from you.
No,
I can remember now. I was very conscious. I was proud of the civil rights struggle, all that stuff. I ain't heard nothing from you. And now, next to the next Islam, they stand alone. Now, the next line that I knew that was out there, you might have disagreed with him, but that was the Black Panther Party. They was more popular than those that was following Crown and Sunnah. They was out there more than them. I didn't know these other guys existed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not being funny or anything. I'm just telling you, it's it. I didn't know you existed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when Elijah Muhammad dies and Imam Muhammad becomes a leader,
it was clear.
And he started bring the clarity and bring the straight fact the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet.
Yeah.
And here come all these other brothers. Now all of a sudden,
the woodwork.
Come out of the woodwork. I say they was down in the basement somewhere. I don't know where they come from. But I didn't hear nothing from you.
That's right.
I didn't hear a word from you.
Right.
Now, I guess they figure. I guess it's safe to talk now.
That's what it was.
We made it easier.
Yeah.
That's right. We spoke in Arabic, and they was able to go on then.
Yeah, and believe it or not, it was those followers of the Elijah Muhammad. He takes the credit. Allah, Elijah Muhammad. Islam in America, they didn't establish it. One thing for sure, he was not afraid of that white man. With all that waiting and all that power, hey, he wasn't scared.
At all.
And then then Muhammad chose this a young brother named Malcolm Little, then became Malcolm X to be his national spokesman. They respect that, I think Imam Muhammad said one time, I think Malcolm was talking one time, and the guy jumped out of his seat. Teach Malcolm start fanning the seat.
Yeah, that's right.
But he got that from Elijah Muhammad. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. Now he got twisted. He got away.
Yeah.
But I think Allah in His mercy, I would say I'm thinking Allah. I don't know. Let's say he got the paradise. He still went out as a believer, But
yes.
But that was the whole thing. The whole thing. They thought they could break the nation of Islam, that progress, because they said they had to do something, Then we had this young boxer named Muhammad Ali,
How about that?
Yeah. So from the Elijah Muhammad's Lord, he produced 2 world leaders. 3. No, I'm talking about 2. 3. That's it. You got, I don't care what you think about Malcolm, though, he was recognized worldwide. And definitely Muhammad Ali. See, if it don't be for Allah, the nation of Islam, number 2 wouldn't produce. Yeah. It was for Ali's connection with the nation of Islam. That's what made him successful. Because back then in those days, entertainment and boxing, you had the mob, or it's called the mafia. They controlled all that behind the scenes. In the music world, you find you can sing all you want.
That's right.
When it comes to that writing and producing and getting those rights to your music, see, the mob controls all that. And you can get some, but they gotta get a piece of it. You know, the only one that came with it tried to be independent and was successful. It was Muhammad Ali.
Mhm.
And it was because of two sources: so Allah and the Nation of Islam.
That's right.
Take them away, it wouldn't have been no Ali.
That's right.
You wouldn't have successful.
Yeah, man.
They had the talent, man, but as far as the things he's able to say and do, they couldn't do it to him physically. Because Imam Bilal could speak on that more specifically. Yeah, they weren't gonna do it to him physically. Yeah.
That's right.
Now we had a singer. Well, the guy sing his butt off, man. Matter of fact, he make a woman take her clothes off. He sings so good. I'm talking about Sam Cooke.
Yeah.
I was like, he was. Now I'm not,
Same with
that's how good he was. The gospel singer.
Yeah.
He wound up. He was the first pure gospel singer to make it big in the secular world.
Mhm.
Now, if he don't make that move, you never heard of Aretha Franklin,
How about
Lou Rawls.
How about that?
They made the move based on what Sam done. And who was Sam close with? Muhammad Ali. They was like two kids in a pie, both of them.
From Kentucky to Louisville.
Sam, no, he was from down there. He was down south. I forget this.
Tennessee, maybe?
No, over in another southern town. Then his father moved. Then he moved to Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but this guy, he stood up there, just he could sing, and even him, he was even Sam. I'm not going on a rant. I'm going somewhere with this.
Yeah.
But even Sam,
Yeah.
even Sam was his thing was trying to organize to the African American singers. Look, man, you gotta get control your rights of the music. That's what the money is in the partnership.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. And one day he had to set up where they was there was a show, and Sam was trying to tell him, look, and if we want to make a statement, don't nobody perform on this show. Till they agree to our demands.
Yeah.
So Sam was he's ready to go not perform, but they went on, but the powers of be got to everybody else. So, but he kept persevering, and that's one of the reasons why he got killed. Now, that's this ain't no this is fake. Do your research. I've done mine.
Yeah.
Now, as I said, the powers of be that they control entertainment and boxing.
Mm.
Now, it just so happened, and when it comes to Ali again, he had a whole old nation behind him.
That's right.
You see, one thing about the particular white man now, when he's faced with an adversary that's willing to die for what they believe in, I don't care who it is, he back up off of them. You serious? Yeah. And they knew. I was watching a fight with Ali's last fight. It was against Zor Fuller before they took his title. And when the fight was over, it's about Herbert Muhammad, he got in the ring. He was his manager, the son of Elijah Muhammad. He had about 5 or 6 other brothers from the Nation of Islam. They got in the ring.
Mm.
They was around Ali, and the guy was questioning him, Herbert Muhammad about something.
Yeah.
And Herb was explaining, we just I got contracts here, the next fight, fight Bonavena, So they was trying to ask him to see if he worried about anything. So Herb was I'm not how the exact way. Herb Muhammad told me I ain't worried about nothing. I ain't worried about nothing. So they let it go. Let that go.
Yeah.
You can pull that up sometimes and see.
Yeah.
But when you do your own research, you see that even the Nation of Islam, they set a precedent.
Influence.
Yeah, influence. See,
Yeah.
anytime anybody could neutralize the mafia, and that was done.
That's right.
It was done right here in Philadelphia, around the country. It was done. Next time you watch the movie, The Greatest, the original one, the first one, where Muhammad Ali played himself, there's a scene in there. An actor by the name of Lloyd Haynes, he plays a part of Herbert Muhammad in that movie, in the first one, The Greatest. This promoter, he was a little front. He thought he was talking to some old nigga. He's like somebody he could bully. But he told him, man, he jumped up, man, look. The guy, I see, Mr. Muhammad every time somebody talks to me, you know, and they don't do what I say, you know, something's gonna happen to them. So Lord Haynes jumped up and said, "Well, I tell you one thing: nobody, anybody in my association, nothing. They better be all right. Otherwise, nothing better happen to them." And he said, "You have a good day." And then you left out of there. But you could watch that movie though sometime. I'm not rambling. I'm just letting you know that is how certain things was done. And people to this day, it's a lot of people, unless they don't even notice it. Yeah. And you had and you had some people that were influenced by the nation in Islam. And I'm I'm going to Sam Coke again. Whatever flaws he had, he wasn't no punk.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was with Ali, so it had to rub off. It was him, Ali, and Jim Brown. Jim Brown wasn't no punk, you know. But indirectly, they was affected by the Nation of Islam.
Oh, yeah.
These were Ali. They were there. They might not say that. I don't know how about this. I don't know how about that. You look at their actions.
That's right.
Back then,
And know what the message was.
that's the message was. They done. So we had some that so the Almanac probably influenced those that they might not actually join, but his example, they use it.
That's right.
So with that, I'm gonna read my make these announcements. Join us every Wednesday from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. for an edition of the Halal Industry Do for Self with your host, Imam Wali, Ayyub, Bilal, President, Founder, and CEO of Bilal's Inc. And co-hosts James Bashir Nate Muhammad and Brian Ali. The interest of Bilal's Inc. is to establish economics for the African American people, descendants of the slaves of America. This program is to encourage people to unite and to build economic strength, to establish community life by doing for self, to build the model community. Support Graceline community in their efforts to educate on financial literacy and promote financial functionality while historical disparity primarily amongst the medium, low to no income persons. CWSC Model Community National Resource Directory. The MCNRD is where you can connect with resourceful people willing to dedicate volunteer hours to assist you in your efforts of nonprofit or for-profit interests. Individuals with more social concerns can connect you with our, excuse me, with okay. Yeah, I got my page here.
Missing a page.
No, I got to try that. It's still here. I am missing a page. Okay, I got a little mix up here, but I'll read this other one. I'll start with the first one to make up for that one. American Muslim 360, the #1 Islamic radio station in the nation. Support Muslim Journal digitally or manuscript or both. Muslim Journal is 60 plus years in existence. Now I'm gonna give the phone to Brother Nate. Assalamu alaikum.
Hey, son. Assalamu alaikum. That was James Bashir. He's our political analyst. Now he's our historian. To go back with the fight game.
Yeah.
You know, that's his forte. And we all respect everybody's forte. Because everybody brings something to the table. And just want to start with Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. That we know everything starts with Allah's name and ends in Allah's name. I like to just comment on a couple of things James said. He mentioned about the immigrants with the food cards and how they are very prominent in society now, and everybody usually look down of us, the African American descendants of slaves. And they said they came over here to America, hit the ground running, you know, and they fail to realize we came to America, African American descendants of slaves.
That's right.
The ground on top of us. So yes, individually, or they said that we should have been more prominent, been more successful in our endeavors in the country. And I told them, no, you had the reconstruction your whole life. And yes, there's a lot of us is at the top of their game and what they're all about, whether it's finance, education,
That's right.
building, and all. We at the top of our game, and that goes to show you that Allah, creators all. I mean, Allah got us all. We all is different in personality,
I mean,
so we can learn from each other, and that's the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose of the whole thing in life. Now, if we're going to be guilty, we'll be guilty in not being able to function from a unificating manner.
I mean,
If we're guilty of anything, that's why with the halal industry, our first endeavor is to unite first. We can't get nothing done if we're not united. We can talk individually about what we can do and what excuse me, and what we can do and what we did.
right.
But until we utilize everything and bring everything under oneness, and how that oneness got to come? It got to come the oneness of Allah. Because what got us from slavery to the halal industry is Allah, the guidance of Allah. And if you look back at our people from those days right to the day, there was a great deal of spirituality always, all the time. Majority of some of us didn't participate in it, but we seen that there was a lot of spiritual in our community. They used to tell you had a church and a bar on each corner here in North Philly or here in Philadelphia. Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
That's right.
But that did just showed us that we hadn't forgot what Allah wants us to do.
That's right.
We hadn't forgot that Allah is the one who's guiding us till this day right now. Now, all these other ethnic groups, mankind, I'll call them, they coming in America, they coming for America for material things.
That's right.
And yes, they jumping on everything that's not locked down. But we already know by the road that we came, you can't get so high in this society without them pulling the chair from under you,
That's right.
pulling the rug from under you. We know that. We done watched, at least I seen it happen personally. So I know this is what happened. But our greatest strength and our greatest purpose is to unite with Allah's name. The common denominator that we all have in common is La ilaha illallah, or with God's name, in God's name. That's what we have in common. I don't care who you are. And if we can build everything around that oneness of Allah, and whatever difference we might have individually, give it to Allah. Take it to God. If you don't like nobody, you don't trust nobody, lead with your faith in Allah, in God. If you trust God, then trust in me and him or them, it's no problem. Why? Because Allah going to manifest. If there any harm to come or any blight, he's going to manifest it. He's going to show you. And all you have to do is be aware of what's going on around you. All you have to do is be aware of what's going on around you. So this is how we go about to make things happen. We're sitting back here. I had a conversation earlier, before we came on. About, I was this weekend. We was at the masjid, and the brother told me that he went down to the King March. I said, the King March? What's the King March? What they trying to do? Stop Martin Luther King holiday again? He said, no, this is the King about the president want to change things over as a kingdom, like in England. I said, man, he can't do that. That's impossible because the country is already established. It established on a parliamentary procedure, and you just can't change something that's already been established. You can upgrade it, you can downgrade it, but you can't change it. So that's crazy. Yeah, but well, he's still trying because he want to be in control for the I guess the rest of his life, eternally. I said, regardless, what do you want to do? He still can't change it. And we got to sit up here and stop falling for all the little okey doke because he was trying. Well, come back to that. We brought up. I, I see why he was going to send National Guard somewhere in Oregon or in any other large country. I mean, large city where they be protesting. I said, but yeah, but he sent the people. I mean, the National Guard. That's almost like a state in I mean, what is that? Martial law.
Mhm.
And that's hoping that the people get out of control. They lose control and to justify putting martial law. But again, whatever plan there is, Allah is the best planner.
That's right. That's right.
Regardless what it is, this is why I was saying, and once we establish faith, faith in Allah,
Okay.
trust God. How we get, like I said, how we got from slavery to the halal industry. We can sit up here and talk about being halal, talk about what is halal. It is not just it's a statement you call over the meats. It's a lifestyle. It's a way of life.
That's right.
It's a lifestyle that's permissible by God. Lifestyle that's permissible by God, just like haram. That's a lifestyle that's not permissible by God. So now we at the highest. I call it of the universe because we done went through right and wrong and good and bad. Now we at halal and haram. Now we don't worry about Shaitan coming over trying to disrupt halal.
That's right.
Because of what he gonna have to go through to get there. He got to be fair and honest. He had to submit his will to God openly, not behind the scene. He has to work and strive to do what Allah wants, not what he wants. And this is all of us that we move with the halal disposition. This is how we go about making things happen.
That's right.
We had a little situation at the Philadelphia Masjid that, well, the elevator broke down and they came out, inspectors, and put a lock on. No, the elevator didn't break down. The inspectors came out and put a lock on the elevator, couldn't use it. And everybody is up in arms that, yeah, they picking with us. No, let's check it out. I said, because I knew they can't put a lock on this elevator unless they sent out paperwork first to inform you if it's a violation and giving you ample enough time to fix it. Now, if you didn't make no amends to fix it in honor what the letter said, oh, you gave him the right. He had the right to come in and lock it down. So we goes and trace where the letter. Everybody get dumbfound now. Oh, nobody don't know where the letter at? Oh, then now we at the mercy of him because whatever he gonna throw at us, we got to adhere to it. And now it's gonna be what is that? Delay. They delay everything to fix it or to come back out. I said that's normal. That's how this society. That's how they work. The objective is not putting yourself in that predicament.
That's right.
To be taken advantage of like that. This is I said. Well, now you might as well just go in and exercise your patience because it's going to be a long time there. They're going to take their time to do this. And everybody getting restless. Now, what are you getting restless for? Next time, keep that paperwork in front of you. Because this society moves off a paper trail. And as long as you got your paperwork in order, you have everything else in order. I'm saying all this and stuff is that, again, sometimes we got to bite the bullet and ride the tide. And next time, come halal next time. Keep everything halal. You don't appreciate halal until you've been taken advantage of from a haram disposition. This is how we go about doing things. And just like we come right back to whatever, if that's what the president wanna do with the society, he's not going to be successful because the structure, the paperwork is all in order, and you will have to disarray everything to justify that notion. And if you're going to say something, he must think that the American public is stupid to accept that. Now, I don't put too much past it, but I do know that is going to be a big fight as far as in mobility, not physically. I ain't never say about physical, but it's a struggle. And they're going to have to prove and their purpose and the justification of everything that they do. This is why a lot of people don't appreciate. I appreciate the road we came because now I can understand what Allah's showing us. He took us through the blight. He took us through the haram way of life to show us that this is how society is living. This is why society threw all this stuff out at us to justify their action. Now, if we come halal, they can't hit us with that. They can't throw it with us. They only can get away with it, you understand, because you didn't know what they were doing. Allah the one was instrumental in showing you, bringing it to your attention. He ain't going to do it for you. You got to do it. You have to stand firm. But he will put everything in front of you for those who understand to prepare themselves to deal with it. Like Allah never put a burden on you or a situation on you He haven't prepared you for. We grew up learning that. That's our salvation. Now, when we come right back to, again, mankind, when you sit up here and you running around the way this society said, that's all haram. You're going to have to come back and deal with us from a halal disposition. That's right. And we're not going to treat you the way you treated us. Allah tells us that we have to be fair and honest to the people. And once you accept the halal, all that stuff that went on yesterday, it's almost minute. Don't even mean nothing. Because why? We in accordance the way Allah wanted us to be. That's right. Not with man. Man probably sitting back scared, think you're gonna come back and treat you the way he treated you. No. No. But I must tell you, I didn't forget. How about that? I won't treat you the way you treated me, but I won't forget. Not me. And that won't forget it is to tell the story, give the history of what went on for those who come behind us so they can understand what happened. But you have to lead with what Allah wants first. If we ain't going to lead with what Allah wants first, all that don't mean nothing. All we doing is going through the motion, crying. And matter of fact, when we went back to deal with all these people and all, I don't want to go to these people crying to them. We sit up there and tell them, yeah, we're going to take this on the chin and move on, continue on. And we just wait till you come and take the lock off. Now we got a date for them to come. So then now that's what we wanted from the get-go. You know, it might have took 3 to 4 weeks that something could have been done in a week, less than a week,
Right.
but by, again, our tardiness, that we can be on top of everything again. And we learn from this experience because everything is a learning experience out here. You go through all this, you understand, for learning, for a reason. You don't go through this just on GP, general principle. It's the reason why we go through this. It's the design to help upgrade mankind. And as long as we on top of what we supposed to be on top of, society can't touch us. Matter of fact, they'll probably commend you because you'll probably do something they can't do. See, so this is why we're always aware of what's going on around us. This is why we want to sit here and remind us about where we came from and how we got here. And the only reason we got here again is through the grace of Allah.
That's right. That's right.
And we thank Allah all the time.
That's right.
In our prayers, our du'as, and everything. We thank Allah for it at all times. Okay. Oh, okay, that's we got a hand up, brother Michael Hameen. Assalamu alaikum, brother. How are you?
Alaikum assalam, brother. How you doing?
Fine, sir. The pleasure hearing from you.
Yeah. I want to just take a minute. This is not a sprint that we're dealing with. This is a journey,
Yes,
and God tells us if the way was shorter and less difficult, we'd have more people with us.
that's right.
So we already got a heads up. The guidance of God gives us a heads up, and Prophet Muhammad's life, an example, gives us a heads up. Uh, Imam Muhammad told us that Prophet Muhammad was suitable to receive the Quran. And when you look up in the story of Moses, where the wall is being reconstructed, the Arabic word for wall is Jadara, Jdr, or Jim Ra, Jim Dal Ra. And when you look up and find that definition for Jadara is wall, you'll also find that it also means what is suitable or appropriate or inappropriate.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a suggestion there, in terms of what we have to be in order to get the treasure. Because the Imam told us that the orphans represented Prophet Muhammad and our community.
Mm-hmm.
And the treasure was being saved by repairing the wall so that the orphans could reach maturity where they could actually take responsibility and protect their treasure. They had to grow up. And so all of that is speaking to us and what's necessary for us. And lastly, I've been thinking about two incidents in history in particular. One, the fall of the Soviet Union.
Mm-hmm.
And before that fall, Jews, Christians, and Muslims could not properly worship and teach their children the worship of one God, the worship or the practicing of their religion. They had to hide it.
Mm-hmm.
And that lasted 70 years. When you go back a little further, well, much further in history, how the Mongols under Genghis Khan and his hordes, for I think about 60, 61 years, roughly, they tortured, they terrorized vast Muslim communities. But there was a beginning and an end to it, is my point. Now we're living in a time where we're seeing uh, a person, an administration that is showing us a disregard for the republic, the democratic republic that we have established with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. uh, no respect for the laws,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And I was told by Fleming Elamine that in this 2025 report that seems to be like a blueprint, there is a part of that. I'm looking for it now. I tried googling it, uh, and I wasn't successful. Obviously, I didn't put the right information in. But I'm told that there inside of that document is a plan for what happens when you have civil unrest and you have to suspend the government. You can go into, I heard somebody mention
Martian,
martial law. You have to
that
go into
right.
martial law. Well, when that happens, the end of because under during the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln instituted a suspended habeas corpus, which means you can go to the courts and plead your case. He suspended that. He took that away from the people,
Right.
and, and the president has certain powers, you know, certain powers, and this individual is pushing the limits. And he was talking. He kind of suggested no more elections or him staying in office, you know, until he leaves
E-
this world.
Yeah,
Well,
eternal.
but
Yeah.
there's a way that can be done. Is my point, you
Mm.
know, by disrespect of the law, setting stuff off. We're familiar with a certain government institutions having black ops and that sort of thing, uh, and uh, making a situation look like one thing. You know, they went into Africa and killed Patrice Lumumba.
Mm.
They killed Gaddafi, and they killed
That's
many
right.
others through assassination.
Right.
Iran calls America the Great Satan because they had elected a president, and the CIA went in and got rid of him, assassinated him, and put the Shah in power. So we know the ugly part of America,
Mm-hmm.
and we can't just act like nothing's going on, that everything is the same. We are, and my last point is that Imam Muhammad in the Quran, he pointed to an example and he explained it. Solomon's and his armies on the march against an enemy, and the ants. One of the ants said, "Oh, ants, people, get into your homes because Solomon's army is on the march."
Yeah.
The Imam commented on that. He said,
Mm-hmm.
when these big forces get to moving, they don't see the little people, the common people. They got other concerns, and they will trample over us, in the support of their concerns. So he said, getting into your home, like the ant says, these relationships that we have control over, we have to strengthen. We have to find allies with guts that are willing
Mm-hmm.
to stand up, but not willing to just, you know, throw their life on the line, to be strategic. We have to tighten our family bonds, and we have to warn people that this is not this is a different time that we're in. A lot of people with their day-to-day living, they don't know what's going on. The look, the clock has changed. This is a new thing, and the Imam says somebody have to live during the time of judgment.
That's right.
So we're in a paradigm shift, and a lot of times it gets worse before it gets better.
Always do.
And I stop with that.
Yes, sir. I appreciate your comments, brother Michael. I mean, always come with some very inspiring comments, and we look forward to always hearing from you. So we want to move on. Oh, we got another hand up.
Bilal, Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, this is Bilal. Sound like him.
Yeah, praise be to Allah.
Hey,
Wa
how you
alaikum
doing, brother?
assalam, alhamdulillah. I'm a little bit on the weather now, but alhamdulillah, when I listen to y'all, I got to raise up a little bit though. Praise be to Allah. They can't do nothing but heritage, They can't do nothing with tornadoes, earthquakes, stuff like that. So the forces of nature that Allah say all the creation will give up its treasure for the believers in one way, form, or fashion. And Allah is in charge of all that.
That's right.
So yeah. And let me tell you something, they got some veterans out here too, you see. And them people don't forget what they learned, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And don't think for that people will watch their families and stuff, their neighbors and stuff, their loved ones and stuff out there being dealt with in any kind of way by the ISIS and all them boys there too, you see. And don't let me see, you just know you don't know just how far Allah will take, you know, the justice that he give out to the people.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
So, you know, yeah. So, you know, I don't look. Like you say, just build up. Look, we have an Islamic Republic. We have a form of government. And I ask Allah all the time, I say, look, let it be established here in America and let us be a force. I'm talking about a force that turn things around.
That's right.
And bring it back to La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. And we know that they're believers and allies amongst the people here in America and in abroad. You see? Let me tell you something. You let Trump keep doing what he's doing, and you've already seen China, North Korea, you know, they got together and had a military parade and they together. They laughed at that. Let me tell you something. Don't think one day you look around there and you heard Japan and hit the shores again. China, they hit the shores, and Korea hit the shores of America. Let them keep on playing games and see how far but it's Allah, he's in charge of that. You see, I really have to ask Allah many times to make sure that I stay like I'm supposed to stay, because I don't want to let emotionalism make me hurt myself and my family and my community.
That's right.
But believe me, it's a fight, it's a struggle, and I have to put in a salat all the time. So praise be to Allah. Look, we're gonna establish an Islamic Republic here in America, bigger than the one that they had during the time of Spain, and we're gonna treat the people justice because we had the right form of government. So praise be to Allah. Like I said, just keep on reinforcing and doing what we got to do. And praise be to Allah. I always pray for y'all, brother, and y'all success, because I know it's a community it's success, but people that deserve and that was in the struggle, Allah have to benefit us justly. So praise be to Allah. And if you're not in the leadership position and you're in the followership position, you're supposed to follow the leader. Whether it's in business, science, government, education, what it is, you're supposed to respect the leader and follow the leader. That's how it goes. That's Islam. Assalamu alaikum.
My Islam, very good, Bilal. Just like
you know, it's very good. Go ahead on, brother.
well, just like brother Michael Amin just said, this is a long journey.
Yeah.
And we got an opportunity to prepare and prep ourselves. We got an opportunity to remind those who's been around us, help prepare mentally for this. This ain't no physical war. This is mental war.
That's good.
And that mental war is based on what you understand, what's in your heart, how you gonna come out of your heart, not out of your feelings. So that's why we got time to establish everything. This is very important. We want to just got James here to do a PSA, and then we got Brian Ali. We want to bring you on next. All right, this Nate Muhammad, the Halal industry, do for self.
Support Graceline community in their efforts to educate on financial literacy and promote financial functionality while historical disparity primarily amongst the medium, low to no income persons. CWSC Model Community National Resource Directory, the MCNRD, is where you can connect with resourceful people willing to dedicate volunteer hours to assist you in your efforts of nonprofit or for-profit interests. Individuals with more social concerns can connect you with our Volunteer Human Resource Network, CWSC's VHRN. Information can be shared as to who, when, and or where to get the service you need. Join CWSC today. Go to cwsc.us and click on Join CWSC. Do not forget to click on the blue donate button while on our website.
I have a James Bashir. We thank him for his comment. And we also now we like to just bring on Brother Brian Ali. Brian, are you out there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right, brother. You got the floor.
Did you say yes, I am?
Mhm.
I appreciate that. Hello?
Yes.
All right, turn on the spotlight.
We hear you. We hear you.
First, I want to begin, as I always begin, with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. I want to extend that out to the brothers near and far, all those who can hear my voice, because that's what we want. We want peace.
Yeah.
We want peace, love, and understanding. Now, earlier, the brother earlier mentioned something about the ants, about Solomon and the ants, they're not concerned with the ants, the small people. I think they are. There's an African proverb that says, out of hatred for the cockroach, the ants voted for the insecticide. They all died, including the housefly, who didn't even vote. We've got people right now, ants, who are full of hatred, so much so that they are willing to vote for something that is harmful to themselves.
That's right.
Because of the hatred for another.
That's right.
I never heard this.
Hatred. Hatred. There's so much hate being spread, as much as ever, if not more so. Hate. Where did this vitriol, this violent, this despicable hate come from? Where did it originate? Last week we talked about the liar leading you to the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And that the lie was the weapon of choice for the devil.
Mm.
Satan used the lie against our father Adam. But what is at the very nucleus of the lie?
Mm.
Hatred.
Mhm.
Satan hated our father Adam. He felt that he was better than this being, this human being created from dirt. He was created from fire. He got put out of paradise for that. Wow. Imagine, now, if you will, you're in paradise
Mm.
and you talk about somebody and you get put out.
Yes.
Now you know you hate that person now because they put you out of paradise. So he asked for respite because now he know where he going and he won't need an overcoat. So he hated Adam.
Mm.
He felt he was better than Adam. How could Allah bestow such praise and bestow such knowledge on this low dirt creature? So he declared himself the enemy of man. He became a sworn enemy.
Mm.
And because of this sworn enemy, he acknowledged the hatred. But what was this hatred? It became like a contagion, a virus. And now the Satan has been able to infect so many of the humans with this virus known as hatred, this animosity towards each other, even within the family and within the neighborhood, even amongst those who profess to love each other. He can develop a virus. We are not preparing ourselves to handle this. He has infected so many of us with his seductive whispers So now we will vote for the insecticide that will kill us all. Just knowing the joy in knowing that he will die. I can't stand him, and so he'll die. But the hatred has blinded them to the fact that they will die. The innocent housefly will die. The children of the housefly will die. They didn't even have a vote in whether we should use the insecticide on people. The soldiers didn't have a vote whether they should use Agent Orange on the Vietnamese. And they came back injured, hurt, dying. We need to understand what is happening. We need to understand what is happening to us. When Shaitan realized what he could do with the lie, he was able to take the lie and lead our father Adam, away from what? The truth. The truth is what? The truth is light. He led them into what? Hatred, which is darkness, which is ignorance. And once our father Adam realized what he had done, it led to fear. He feared displeasing God after being told, this to you is an avowed enemy. Treat him as an avowed enemy. Don't go near this tree. The hatred that Satan has is a poison. Let's bring it up to date to today. The hatred is now systemic. It is in the social order, the political order, the economic order, the education system. It's systemic. But how did it get to be systemic? Because it is systemic or in the system of those powers that be, politicians and administrators. They have it in their nervous system. They have it in their digestive system. They have it in their respiratory system. They're breathing it in and out. It's coming through their pores. There's hatred. There's violent hatred. They are so filled. Listen to me. The current occupant of the White House is filled with hatred. Look at him. Look at his face. Look at his skin. It's so filled. He's so filled that it's coming through his pores. Look at his hands. Look at his face. Look at what's coming out of his mouth. It's pure hatred all the time, because that much hatred will poison the host. So he can't do anything but speak hatred. So there's others now around him. Wow. They said just a few years ago how despicable he was, how they despised him, how they would never vote for him, how he was the American Hitler. And now they kiss up to him. They applaud him. They are his ready sycophants. I can use that word. Saying what a great guy he is. How did this happen? What changed? They got close enough to be contaminated. So now their thought patterns are contaminated. They have it in their system now. And they are spreading this vile nonsense amongst us. So many of the ants now are being fed nonsense. They are being fed a diet of poisonous hatred that they're spewing out. You can see them. They come to rallies and they just can't stand now the immigrant. But before it was what? It was the black man. And it'll be a new person soon, because they'll start with, again, with terrorism and the terrorists and things like that. How do we fix this? Well, they say love is the opposite of hate. So should we love those who hate us? The cemetery is full of people who love people that hated them. Perhaps, just perhaps, that's not the answer. So how do we negate the hate? How do we neutralize the hate that's spreading so violently around now that small children are going home and getting weapons because now they hate their classmates because they were bullied, and children often have disputations in the schoolyards, and then the next day they're friends again. But now, because of the hate, they just want to go home, get their father's rifle, show up the next morning at school and gun down innocent children and teachers and administrators, innocent people who just wanted to do their job, who just wanted to help young minds grow. How do we negate the hate? The only thing that will stop this level of hatred is the truth. The only way to stop them from being so disruptive is for us to start living the truth, not just speaking the truth, not just marching on Washington and Los Angeles and Chicago and Philadelphia, but start living and speaking the truth to everybody, starting with yourself. Speak the truth to yourself and destroy the lie. Lie and hatred, ignorance, they're all darkness. The truth is the light. Now, go into any room in the middle of the night, pitch black room, can't even see your hand in front of your face, and flip the switch. The light eliminates the darkness. The truth will eliminate the hate. That's how you negate the hate, by eliminating it. Really? Well, what's a lie? White supremacy is a lie. It's always been a lie. Hitler, promoting the super race, the Aryan super race, had the Olympics. And our brother Jesse Owens got there and destroyed the myth of the super race. So much so that Hitler got up with his little self and ran out the building. Sound like anybody we know? It destroyed the lie. And others around the world saw that that was a lie. So it eliminated a level of hatred. Is that right?
Right.
Can't stay infected. We can't allow them to do these things to us. Someone, or rather it was said, you know, y'all black folk, y'all were supposed to be slaves. You're the descendants of Ham. You've been cursed for laughing at your father's nakedness and drunkenness. So you're naturally slaves. Tote that bar and lift that bell. Don't get too smart, you'll land in jail. That was a lie. And then they started to see how smart we are, how intelligent we were, how capable we were. And it started to dissipate some of the hate, because before they were grooming their children, bringing them to hangings. We were the strange fruit on the trees, hanging from trees, lynched. They brought their children to see this, to indoctrinate them with that same level of hatred. And then their children are intermingling with the young black children. And sometimes the young black children were smarter than they were stronger than they were faster than they were. And so it destroyed the hate, because they became friends, because they said, oh, you can do what I do. Wow. Someone is told a lie. You know, Mary, I seen Joe. Well, I heard that Joe was with some woman last night. Mary's upset. She's wondering how could he do this to her. They've been together a long time, and Mary's starting to feel a certain way. She now feeling hatred towards Joe, who she's been with for years. And then the truth comes out that no, it wasn't Joe Robinson, it was Joe Smith. Guess what? The hate is gone that Mary had for Joe. The truth can eliminate the hate. We've got to start telling first ourselves, then our neighbors, then our co-workers, then the man on the street. See, this situation we're in didn't just happen. It didn't just pop up out of thin air. This has been germinating, as the brother said earlier. They had a plan. They've been germinating this, growing it for some time. There is no way that they can be successful. It may look like they're going to be successful. It may sound like they're going to be successful. But the younger ants are coming now. And they're smarter. And they know that insecticide is suicide. So they're not going to keep voting for insecticide because they perceive a hatred of a different group. So guess what? All their best laid plans go out the window. Man plans and God plans, and God is what?
Best
The best of planners. So let them plot and plan, but we should also strategize. Let's inoculate ourselves with what? With the truth, and give as much truth as the people you meet can stand. Some of them, you give them too much truth, they may pass out. But you got to give them the truth. You don't want them to die from this poison that's in them. It's in their system, in their nervous system, in their respiratory system. It's in them. It's a systemic hatred that starts with the individual, and then that individual takes it to the systems that operate and govern municipalities, countries, continents. But exposure to the truth is like Brother Malcolm said. He said, you don't even need a gun. You can just take the truth and chase them down the street with nothing but the truth. Again, the young ants are smarter. They're not listening to these old fools. Why do you think they're trying so hard? You're going to get a few of them, and they're going to try to have a persuasive voice. And of course, you can do that when you're an adult and you're going to college campuses debating with teenagers, virtually teenagers, and feeling like a big shot because you've debated with a teenager. You were supposed to win. Why are you being lauded for something you were supposed to do? We have got to, again, negate the hate with what? What does it say in the Quran about the truth? It says, when the truth comes, it bashes the brains out of falsehood. That means the lie dies as soon as the truth comes. So when you go to work and they start telling you, well, you didn't do so-and-so, no, here's my proof. I was here. Here's the work, the production level. I did this and this and this. All of a sudden they start stuttering because you destroyed the lie. Without the lie, there is no hate because it is generated from hatred, but the byproduct of the hatred is lies, is ignorance, is darkness. And all you need to be, one little guy one little ant with a flashlight. Because there can be a dark spot in the daylight. You may have to look for it. But in the dark, you can strike a match and from blocks away see that spark of light. That's the power of the truth. If we're not willing to tell the truth, then we are complicit with the liars. And we are fostering hate around the world. Let's, again, eliminate the hate by starting to tell the truth. Inoculate yourself with the truth. See, some people are receptive to what the devil is doing, so they catch the virus. And from the pandemic that was here a few years ago, we see a contagion or a virus affects different people in different ways. Some are more susceptible. Am I right? Some are more susceptible. Some people got sick. Some people got very sick. Some people got critically sick. And some of us died. It affects different people in different ways, as does the truth. If you can handle the truth, if you can accept the truth, it will inoculate you. It will almost be like a vaccine against the lies that they're telling you and trying to tell your children and your grandchildren. They're telling your neighbors and they're telling your coworkers. It ain't the truth. So when you come with the truth, they be like, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, wait. But I read that they said, and you produce evidence. Now, right away, you stop the hate. Because they was getting ready to hate you. Some people even have temporary hate. Man, I hate to be late. And then they pretend like, I hate that guy because he think he's something because he always on time. Man, I hate being sick. And all of a sudden somebody come up that's healthy. Oh, I can't stand her, man. She always healthy, always chipper. I hate her. This is what it is. It's a temporary thing. But maybe the person that's always so early is because his car broke down and he got to take 2 or 3 buses to get there. So he shows up early because if he misses one of those buses, he will be late. That's the truth. She's healthy because when she was younger, she was very sick and spent months in the hospital. So she's very diligent about her health. That's the truth. Once you find out those truths, it eliminates that hatred that you had for them, even if it's on a small level. We can do this because we must do this. This is how we were created. This is what we were formulated to do, to be the caretakers and vicegerents over the entire earth. You can't do that hating it. You can't do that hating a segment of it. I like these, but I don't like this over here. I like this land, but I don't like this land over here. It is the hatred that has gotten us into wars. You can't tell me that you can see children starving, children blown apart, arm over here, leg over here, old women destitute because their house was blown apart from a war that you keep going with because you don't want to be out of power. What does that make you? You're poisoning your own self. And because you're around that poison, you can become contaminated. Let's inoculate ourselves with the truth by speaking the truth, by living the truth, by knowing what the truth is. It says what? When someone comes to you, this is Quran, and tells you something, ascertain the truth. This is Allah telling you what will stop you from being poisoned and contaminated by the hatred that is all around us now and feels oppressive. If it does, it feels like it's raining down hatred on all of us. Open your umbrella of truth and shield yourself and everyone you can fit around you. If you're going to stay in the house because they're going after the ants, make sure your house is a house of truth, built on truth. Because if not, it will seep through, come through anytime you open a door, anytime you open a window. But if that viral, nasty hatred comes in and you have the antidote, why, it drops dead on the spot. You don't even have to worry about it. You just take a little brush and brush it aside into the trash can. Now, when millions of us start thinking like that and feeling like that, they can plan all they want. They can try these little shenanigans all they want. We are on the right side. We are equipped to handle this. We've been lied to and duped and hoodwinked into believing we are less than when we are more than capable of doing what we need to do. So, once again, I've gone on too long, but I just want to say that one thing: the truth can eliminate the hate. Not love talk that's going to eliminate the hate. It's truth talk that's going to eliminate the hate. And with that, I will leave you as I greeted you with the greetings of peace. Salam alaikum.
My slime, that was Brian Ali, the professor, always coming with something to the table. And we look forward to him every week.
Amen.
As we look forward to everybody that comes and listen to us, the halal industry, do for self. And while I'm sitting here saying it, if anybody else have any statements, comments, feel free, put your hand up, and we're glad to recognize you. Because this is a program that's benefit around Shore Banu. We're all in this together. As Brother Bilal mentioned earlier, about the war and how it was conditioned within the war. You go to war, you go in your service. First thing their objective is to teach you how to kill, because you either kill or be killed. But then once the war over, when you come back home, they don't know how to desensitize all that. It's still running around in you. And this is why some of the people are suffering from PTSD, because they're having problems adjusting back to the real world.
That's right.
Now, the only thing I see to neutralize all that is that we have to keep our faith or establish faith in Allah. Turn to Allah first. Regardless what man condition you in, Allah is the best and condition you the way He wants. And as long as we lead with Allah, it goes right back to I'm simplifying it, but with I had smoked cigarettes, and for 10 years, the Jones kept coming back. And I would always say, no, get out of here. And this is what we have to do with whatever we've been conditioned on. We have to take a stand against it, because it's all with a formulation coming from Haram. This is why we propagating and pushing the halal industry and being halal, because that is our salvation. That is going to protect us from all the madness that society brings through the haram atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing you combat with this is allow. And just like when we used to come to the temple in the masjid, they used to tell us, when you come to the masjid, Shaitan stops at the door.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing. When we come to do halal, wherever we go to be halal, Shaitan stops right there. He ain't coming. He ain't crossing that line. Because why? He's afraid to be exposed. Because that's all we can do is expose him. We can beat him up. You ain't got to beat him up. He feared being exposed more than being beat up. So you expose him. That is our whole objective. to establish the lifestyle that's permissible by God. And that lifestyle is peacefulness. The Muslim is never the aggressor. So he has to be peaceful. Shaitan, he like chaos. He like wild and crazy things. No, we want peace. We want a peaceful life. And the reason why we get a peaceful life, we can think clearly. We'll be able to think clearly. That's why it's important that we establish halal. We were sitting back just talking just a while ago when we first came up with the halal industry, and we were sitting at the table with Imam Bilal. And when he first mentioned the halal industry, and now I'm always thinking that how can we make things better? What can we do to upgrade this and upgrade that? So, and was always thinking, where we going with this? We striving, you understand, but where we striving to? And then when he said the halal industry, I said, man, that's it. That is the answer. That is where we want to go. We want to go halal. That journey where we started off in the midst, the belly of the beast. And here we done rose out of that atmosphere, heading towards a clean and wholesome life. I said, man, Allah is only Allah does this for you. But you have to make the effort. You have to want and have the desire to establish it. Allah help. He got his eye on you. Yeah, look at Nate. Look at Wali. Look at him. They going through all kinds of crazy stuff. Let me help them out. Throw them some kind of relief. You know? And we know it's coming from Allah, and we bear witness, and we acknowledge it. And this is why this here program, it means a lot to all of us. You understand? Because we appreciate and we can identify our legacy and what we just came through from the beginning and right up to this day. And one thing about this, it shows in our everyday movement, especially around the masjid and any kind of Islamic atmosphere. It shows. And we don't be trying to walk around with our chests all out. No, we stay humble. We stay humble. We don't want to bring attention to ourselves. We ain't trying to get out here to be in charge or nothing. We just want to try to make it easier for the people that we're surrounded by. And all we can do by that, start by giving a word to the right, and to be an example of what we're talking about. That's right. That's why I say we talk halal, we have to be living halal. And if we ain't living halal, we're preparing ourselves to live halal. That destination that motivate us to continue and stay focused on it. Because this is our lifeline now. That's right. This is what we done built everything around. And when we go appeal to each other, we always talking about being halal. That's right. I come in the masjid, they tell me, hey, halal. Yeah. You know, watch your mouth, I would say. You know what I mean? It might get contagious. Yeah. You know, but that's our stand. And the people identify you with that, you understand, because they know where you stand. And they see you whenever you come, you the same way. You do the same thing. You look out for the welfare of the people, of the community. This is our whole thing. Allah moves through the people. So we know we got to look out for the people. We concerned and looking out for mankind. Yeah, we worrying about that. Yeah. Right. Well, we had a little minor difficulty. We had the sister come in and take the phone out the hand, try to hurt my feelings. But no, we here to please the Lord. And we can honor and we can respect everybody because we know what's behind everything is. We know what's in your heart. That's what I mean by what's behind it. And when we go to deal with everybody, first thing I look at is what's in your heart. Yeah, I don't look at your conversation. I don't look at how much money you got in your pocket. Yeah, I look at what's in your heart. Because that's determined the spirit that we want to get to. And if your heart is anywhere clean, we can make it towards halal together.
That's right.
Lord, don't change your condition until you change your heart.
That's right. That's right.
That's the whole thing. That's the first thing we have to change. So we can be a brother or a sister to each other. And look out for their welfare because as the brother Michael, he said, it's hard out here. It is. You'd be surprised. I tell them when they leave the masjid, the condition that the people living in, the situation that they up against. And we all, when they come to the masjid, they looking for relief. They looking for direction. And that kind word mean a lot. That wholesomeness mean a lot. It leave an ever impression on them. So this is where we coming from. This is what we. This is where we going and moving about and how we going about doing things. We got about a good 12 minutes. We want to just have James here do a PSA and we Nate Muhammad here, the halal industry.
Thank you, Brother Nate. Join us every Wednesday from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for an edition of the Halal Industry Do for Self with your host, Imam Wali Ayyub, Bilal, President, Founder, and CEO of Bilal Zinc, and co-host James Bashir Nate Muhammad and Brian Ali. The interest of Bilal Zinc is to establish economics for the African American people, descendants of the slaves of America. This program is to encourage people to unite and to build economic strength, to establish community life by doing for self, to build the model community. American Muslim 360, the #1 Islamic radio station in the nation. Support Muslim Journal digitally or manuscript or both. Muslim Journal is 60 plus years in existence. Support Graceline community in their efforts to educate on financial literacy and promote financial functionality. Why? Historical disparity primarily amongst the medium, low to no income persons. CWSC Model Community National Resource Directory, the MCNRD, is where you can connect with resourceful people willing to dedicate volunteer hours to assist you in your efforts of nonprofit or for-profit interests. Individuals with more social concerns can connect you with our Volunteer Human Resource Network, CWSC's VHRN. Information can be shared as to who, when, and or where to get the service you need.
Thank you there, James. Yeah.
I don't know. Just focus on.
No hands up.
Okay.
All right. We again appreciate the two sisters, Sister Martha and Sister Sherry, for helping us tremendously when keeping the neck with it and keeping our technical aspects in check. So yeah, we can. It's easy for us to hit a dot and everything goes out of whack, and we would be clueless how to get everything back. They come in and just work it and bring it back, and we appreciate that effort. Because that's again that show of Banu, because everybody has something to offer, and we actually reach out and let them be themselves. Let them show what they know.
That's right.
We have to be able to extend that invitation, or else we won't grow together. Our objective is is to unify first. And if we don't get the people the freedom to be themselves, we'll never unify. We was conditioned or taught to freedom, justice, and equality.
That's right.
And that's what we extended. Now that we take it on, like I said, on another level, that's sure Benu. Collectively, everybody doing what Allah has blessed them or shared with whatever Allah has blessed them with. And that's what we look forward to.
Yes, yeah.
This is what makes a wholesome atmosphere, an atmosphere where people enjoy the company of others. We always get the comment at the masjid, how the people enjoy coming to the masjid or how they feel when they're around the masjid. I feel so like I'm home. Yeah, you're at home. You're around your people. We're around, we have janazas and weddings and everything, and the people that's not familiar with being around Muslim enjoy every bit of it. They enjoy their company. We witness that. They comment to us all the time. And that's the spirit that we exist, that peaceful spirit that we always try to bring about. This is that wholesome little experience. But we treat the people like we want to be treated. Look out for the welfare of the people, and they show their gratitude. Oh, we got Martha, Sister Martha. Your hand up. Salam alaikum.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum.
Sister.
Alhamdulillah. I will come in at the last minute, right? I'm going to ask you your indulgence to share Muslim Journal's telethon is going to be November 15th. I want to share that on the screen. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Hold on
15th?
one moment.
Okay, that's a couple of weeks.
I tried to catch it during the time you were doing the PSA, and I said, "Oh, I'm a little too slow here."
That's all right, sister. We always got room for you. You understand? You always got room for us. You always did
Alhamdulillah.
for us, so that we'll make room for you.
Thank you. So you can see it okay there?
Yes. So the
Okay.
15th of November.
Yes.
Telethon for Muslim Journal.
Yes. So
Okay.
being that we're an affiliate with Muslim Journal, and thank you for doing the PSA, and we want everyone to know that they're open to be right here to be reminded of the Telethon 2025 for Muslim Journal and prepare for CWSCM 360's Telethon on November 30th through the December 6th. So we'll be getting more information on that. But right now, Muslim Journal. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thanks, sister.
Thank you.
All right, what time we got? All right, we got 6 more minutes. Anybody else have any comments? Feel free to raise your hand. We'll bring it up as soon as possible. But as the sister spoke about the Muslim Journal Telethon, I'm looking forward. That sounds interesting. Because over what, 60 years that the Muslim Journal been in effect? From the Bilalian and Muhammad Speaks to the Bilalian News to Muslim Journal. We witnessed all that coming through. We was involved in all 3 of them. I remember going through Chicago with a brother named Lester Muhammad.
That's right.
And the old nation, the old Muhammad Speaks building had us climbing in the window, a basement window, because it was closed. But that was all part of our legacy or of our lifestyle. We lived and died back then with Muhammad Speaks.
Ameen.
And anytime we can reflect back to the atmosphere, it brings a lot of warmness to my heart. Because I got fond memory. At one time, I was one of the assistant manager of Muhammad Speaks with the brother here in Philadelphia. We had to do all the bazaars, propagating and pushing for the Muhammad Speaks. So I really enjoy that, and it's just like it's part of me. When you say Muhammad speaks, I think about it because I was involved in it. Anything that we was involved in, especially if it helped us, we remember. You know what I mean? And we have fond memories of that. That's right. So we look forward to that telethon, and I'm looking forward to it now. I'm gonna put that writing that down on my calendar as we speak. November 15th. You have anything else you want to add? Excuse me? Does she have anything else you want to add? Oh, she did. Yeah, she had everything. Yeah, Sister Eva Jackson, Sister Martha, you had anything else to say, but no, you said everything.
Just a big thank you to you all for being here every Wednesday. We really love it. Assalamu alaikum.
That you made that statement. We always, once we give a commitment to something, we always was there. You know, they always used to say, we know we can count on you, God. We know you're going to be there because what? We gave our word. And we is happy to be a part of the AM 360 family. And we appreciate it. And we appreciate the effort that you give to us. And we try to show it back.
And one big question, though, Nate, is how cold is it there in Philly?
Oh, it's about 56 degrees.
That's too cold for me.
That's too cold for you? Oh, you one of Florida girls. I'm sorry to say that.
That's quite all right.
Yeah, it's about 56 degrees. Temperature's starting to drop. And, probably next month we might be in the 40s. Whatever, this is a four-season area. And we look forward to it. It reminds us of, we fast all four seasons. We fast through the summer, spring, fall, and the winter. We went through Ramadan in those manner, and we learned a way of how to fast or how to prep yourself for the fast. I mean, because it's different environment for it. So,
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Matter of fact, the winter fast is fast.
Yeah, because the sun go down faster.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but that's, the summertime was the hardest. All right, so we like to just thank everybody for tuning in to us today. Yes. And we're looking forward to next week with another edition of the Halal Industry. And we look forward to seeing you and hearing from you then. So with that, we like to close our program tonight with the greetings of peace. Yes. Assalamu alaikum. This is Nate Muhammad, the Halal Industry.
Alaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah.
Yes.
I'm trying to hit it on yours too.
Assalamu alaikum. And I'm not sure if you guys are going to end or not because it's not allowing the option to take the host seat. So I'll wait a
I'll
few
put you in the
minutes.
host. Let's see. Okay, I think I'm in the host seat now. It kind of like moved Khalidah, so I'll make you host.
Okay, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. There you are, sis.
Alaikum assalam. Assalamu alaikum, everybody, and welcome to Narrative Aspirations. When we aspire, we go higher. Join us each and every Wednesday from 7 to 9 p.m., actually, as we highlight the believers in our community who use their God to help remake the world into a better place for all people. Today, we have a special topic. It is called Paradigm Shift. We are looking for a few people who are going to join us. Paradigm shift is a change in the way we think, behave, and put things into practical application based on a necessary assessment and a needed change. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open up with our Fatiha. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim. Gairil Makdubi Aleihim Walidhalin. I mean. All right. So today we're going to talk about paradigm shift. We have with us Brother Edward Willis. We're also looking for two more people. I'm going to go ahead and start the introduction. I am Sister Khalidah Akbar, and today we're going to be talking about paradigm shift in regards to our community, building a model community. What is the paradigm shift and how we can apply it in our lives? Okay. And first and foremost, we want to look at leadership. And then we also going to look at marriage and family life. Okay. Those are things that we want to talk about today. But in the future, inshallah, it will be more in depth. We're going to take one or two topics, three, as we said, at a time. And then we'll move from there, inshallah. All right. So if you give us a moment, we're going to look at some things that we can talk about in leadership. I'll go ahead and ask Brother Edward Willis to unmute his mic and give just give the salams and introduce yourself, and then we'll get started, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Brother Edward Willis, and I'm very interested in what we're going to talk about tonight. My understanding is going to be a panel discussion. I hope I don't have to carry it since I have Winnie the Pooh nose today, but I am very happy to be here and really looking forward to getting into this.
And of course, alhamdulillah, thank you, thank you. So if everybody would just go ahead, I always ask you to put your name in the chat, please. If you like, go ahead and give the salams, and we're going to go ahead and get started in a few minutes, inshallah. Okay, so we're going to start out with a short video on paradigm shift. I want to give you an idea of what we're talking about. Brother Willis, Brother Imam Shahid Abdullah will be joining us. Sister Mahassan is not able, her phone is not, she's getting fixed, she said. She's getting it fixed, so we don't want those interruptions tonight. But if everyone would go ahead and just drop in the chat what your understanding of paradigm shift is, please, and we'll get started in just a second. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and put in the chat as well for some of you to go ahead and start watching the video. Thank you for making this interactive. That's the goal, okay? We also have a PowerPoint that we may share some of. It's in the chat. Go ahead and click that link, inshallah, and I'll also share it for those of you who do not have the option of going to it yourself. Here we go. Let's go like that. Let's go X out all different browsers. And we're going to go ahead and just start, okay? I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to start with a PowerPoint. And then we'll go ahead and have some feedback from Brother Edward Willis. We're not going to put the sound on just yet, okay? Because it cause an issue. It will definitely cause an issue. Brother Edward, can you see the point?
Excuse me, I
Can you
didn't
see the
hear the last.
PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Okay. Can you see it now?
It's not up yet.
I don't know who this is. All right. I think this computer has a slow lag or something because it's just keep going around and round. But I wanted to guys some important information that I recently done with the leadership here, Imam with Imam Bashir Ali's group. It was phenomenal. So I wanted to share that with you tonight. And we talked about paradigm shift in reference to the topics that we're going to talk about here tonight. But first and foremost, I wanted to show you a video, and inshallah, it'll come through. If not, we'll go without it. Did it come up yet?
It has not.
All right. I don't know why it says sharing. Does it say the screen is being shared or no?
Not on this
I'm
end.
gonna
I don't
just
see it
get
saying
out of here.
shared. Can I help you?
Okay.
Can you tell me what it is you're wanting to share? Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's a video, and yes, the video is on YouTube, but
What's the title?
at first I wanted to share it's coming up. So if you guys would be with me, hold
Okay.
on. Let me try it again. Share sound. share. Okay. So here we come.
Did you share your screen? It's coming up now.
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Khalidah. Can anyone hear me?
Assalamu alaikum, brother. I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that she probably thought she got it started,
Mm-hmm.
and we're not seeing anything anymore from what she had up. So, and it may have muted her because she's the one showing the video if she
Right.
didn't do it correctly. So just give her a minute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was sitting there hoping someone could give us some assistance, you know?
Well, Sister Martha, I think, is one of the co-hosts and probably could do that for her.
Okay, thank you, Brother.
I don't even know if they can hear me. This, alhamdulillah, let's go ahead and try to get started. I do have everything pulled up that I need. I do apologize. I'm starting to think my computer is hacked too because it's doing all kinds of things on its own. But inshallah,
Okay.
we'll be able to move forward with
You need to reclaim a host position or co-host position, probably.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay. Are
I
you
just
still
I
going
don't
to
want
show
to
the
do too much.
video or anything?
I already have everything pulled up. Hopefully it works. And if not, we're just going to
Okay.
go without it. I just didn't want to
Okay.
do it like that because it's a good introduction.
Okay.
What is a paradigm shift in the underlying assumptions and frameworks that guide how we understand social phenomena? It's like switching from an old map to a new one that shows previously hidden paths. In the context of sociological research methods, a paradigm represents the shared perspective researchers use to analyze social issues. This includes their philosophical beliefs, ethical guidelines, and preferred methods for gathering data. For example, some researchers might favor quantitative methods, which focus on numbers and statistics, while others might lean towards qualitative methods, which emphasize personal experiences and narratives. Paradigm shifts often happen when researchers encounter anomalies, observations that do not fit existing theories. When enough of these anomalies accumulate, it can lead to a crisis in the field, prompting scholars to rethink their approaches. A classic example is the rise of feminist theory, which challenged traditional sociological models by prioritizing gender as a key factor in understanding social structures like family and education. These shifts have practical implications for research design. For instance, a move from quantitative surveys to qualitative ethnographic studies reflects a changing view of human behavior. Researchers may adopt participatory action methods to address issues of power and inequality, aligning their work with contemporary societal values. From a sociological standpoint, paradigm shifts are influenced by broader social, political, and technological changes. The growing focus on intersectionality, for example, emerged from social movements that highlighted the importance of overlapping identities, such as race and gender, in shaping experiences. Several notable examples illustrate paradigm shifts in sociology. Conflict theory emerged as a response to the dominance of Funk, Suhun, Li Zoom, emphasizing power dynamics over social harmony. Digital sociology arose to address the impact of technology on communication and identity. Postmodernism challenged universal narratives, focusing instead on fragmented identities and localized truths. Researchers must stay aware of these shifts to avoid relying on outdated assumptions. For example, a study on workplace inequality today might combine quantitative data with qualitative interviews. This blended approach values both statistical trends and personal stories, reflecting a more modern understanding of social issues. However, not everyone welcomes paradigm shifts. Established scholars and institutions may resist changes that threaten traditional methods. Yet, these shifts are essential for sociology to adapt to evolving realities, such as globalization and climate change. Understanding paradigm shifts is important for sociologists. It allows them to critically evaluate their own biases and methodologies, ensuring their research aligns with current societal needs. This awareness highlights the dynamic nature of sociology, where theories evolve in response to human behavior and cultural changes. So, the next time you encounter a new idea that challenges the status quo, remember that it could be the start of a paradigm shift.
Were you able to hear the video?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so mashallah. So we know that a paradigm shift is something that challenges status quo. It challenges not only the status quo, but it is necessary based off the needs and sociological changes in a society. And so I wanted us to have an opportunity to just hear what it is. They also mention qualitative and quantitative. We know qualitative would be a personal experience, like a personal narrative, and quantitative would be data, evidence that we need to make some different changes, find some new solutions, and move in a new direction. And so with that said, we're going to go ahead to our PowerPoint. Bismillah, hopefully we can share that as well. It's already pulled up. And here we go. Can you see it? Brother Edward.
It just came up, I do believe. It's no, right now we're looking at your agenda. Is that it?
Yes. Alhamdulillah.
Okay. That is it.
Okay.
We're good to go.
All right. So we've already opened up with a dua. And I did want to also reference Surah 39, ayats 1 through 4, because it reiterates that Allah is the omnipotent. He is the source of all systems of knowledge, abundance, and wealth. And I had that down here on a Word doc, but we're not going to change anymore. We're going to stick with what we have for now. We've already did our welcome introductions. I want to talk a little bit about value systems, okay? And we're not going to actually do an assessment, but one thing that motivates change is what people value, what drives them in life, what they're not only passionate about, but what is important to them. And the values assessment is a tool that we use all throughout life. It started with just a marriage assessment to make sure that you had met somebody of like minds and like nature that have similar value systems to you. Because if you're going to be in a marriage with someone and your value systems are totally different, then that's going to cause some conflict that may be unnecessary. For example, if one person values family life and the other person says they also value family life, however, one sees their family twice a month and the other one sees or talks to their family every day, there are different levels of what they value. It means one thing to the other person as far as I value my family, I have to see them every day. And the other person who may only see their family twice a month, say they value their family, that's still valuing their family, but they have different levels of commitment in that. So in a marriage, you would want to sit down and talk so you can get the details of what that value system looks like and what your life will be. In a society, you want to look at what you're going to be able to accomplish and what your needs are based off of your demographics, your family status, and also your career status. Aaliyah. We also want to, I had a poem I'm going to share. It's called The Right, the Choice, the Gift. I want you to think about a right that you have as not only as a believer, think of it as a believer first, but also as a citizen, an American citizen in the United States of America. I also want you to think of your inalienable rights, the ones that God gives us, and then the choices that we make, and then the gifts that come from our Creator as I'm reading over this poem. Okay. And then you should have already defined paradigm shift. If not, go ahead and put yours in the chat. I know we had some technical difficulties. It was supposed to come on and we were going to go ahead and define it and watch a video, but Allah's the best of planners, and I'm grateful that it did play. Okay, so we'll stop right there. We're also going to talk about some changes, talk about politics. We're going to talk about paradigm shift in regards to politics in our religion, in our communities, okay, and also in the world. And then practical application. What does that look like? What needs to change? What paradigm shift needs to help us be able to build model communities? And then we're going to talk about some final tips and takeaways. And so, inshallah, we're going to move forward. This particular slide, I was encouraging the young adults in the IWDM Leadership Academy to be a host, begin their journey. They're getting ready to graduate as hosts on American Muslim 360. And we talked about what is a servant leader, because of course they're not going to be getting 66 figures. It is a volunteer position, but a servant leader also works fi sabilillah. And inshallah, we would love for them to start their journey here on the airways of American Muslim 360. It would be beneficial not only to them, to us, but our ummah. And we'll see how many of them follow up with that. The right, the choice, the gift. The right to believe, the right to achieve, the right to be me, the right to be free, the right to succeed, the right to reflect, the right to progress. Let's go to the next slide because I had to break the poem up. The choice of al-Islam, halal, not haram, to vindicate my soul, embrace growing old, educate my mind, utilize my time to make my salat, fast when it's hot, take my shahada, follow the sahabas, to give then receive, live with honesty, raise my family, respect humanity. The gift of Ramadan, guidance from Allah, the Holy Quran, the gift of Iman, protection from harm, to give the salams, Allah's mercy and grace, love, not hate, genuine, not fake, the gift to appreciate, husband and wife, abundance, not strife, the blessings of life, to be guided right, together, not apart, a pure, sound heart. And that is the thing that Allah asks us to bring him. Out of all the things in the world, we could bring Allah. He said to bring to him a sound heart. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is being true to ourselves and being true to the inspiration that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put in each and every one of us. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide. Okay. I want to talk about censorship in our community. Okay. All have one way of thinking, one imam that we're following, one group of people or one group that's constantly in the limelight. We also have some faulty politics that I have witnessed, and I also have data to show. We won't want to get into pointing fingers, because we all are going to have to be held accountable. Because Allah tells us, if you see a wrong, what do? You speak out against it, right? At least. But he says, first of all, to change with our hands, speak out against, and hate in our hearts. And we have the tendency to just go along to get along, keep the peace. And that's not true peace, because Allah says he does not guide unrighteousness. And some behaviors lead to unrighteousness. The behavior of censorship, okay, if someone is popular or somebody in our community is a leader that's always out front, always doing something, and there's a situation that comes up where they have maybe a different point of view. Somebody comes up with a new idea, and maybe they're not 100% on board, or it's just something a little foreign to them. If they put it out there that the author of the book or the person's not following Imam Muhammad, Rahimahullah alayhi, etc., or that organization, what have you? It goes on. The list goes on and on. Or they don't follow the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam at that masjid or in IWDM community. I've heard that as well. But we do follow the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But if that person is somebody well respected, or everybody just kind of looks up to and just takes their word for face value, there can be a situation where that person who had the courage to come up with a new idea, to have a thought outside of the status quo, to have a thought outside of what everyone else is going along with, can be censored. Oh, we don't deal with that person no more. They left our community. We don't want to, that person is not with us anymore. And I know Dr. Naeem Akbar, I don't know all the details, but I know at one point he was with our community, and then at one point he did leave. However, he still has some phenomenal information and some very strong books that could help anyone achieve greatness in their life. That's just a small example. I don't really know the details of him, but I'm really talking about in our masjids, in our organizations, when we have people come up and they're striving to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, how we can look at using a paradigm shift to welcome these new ideas, to welcome new platforms, to welcome new groups of people who are consistently putting out events and consistently growing and evolving us to be a well-rounded, diverse ummah. When we don't do that, we have a lack of creativity. Our progress is stagnant because we get lulled to sleep by seeing the same people. We look up to them and look forward to them giving us ABC directions. And it's like we go to them for everything, and it's not what Allah intended. We also know that Imam Muhammad, Rahimahullah alayhi, denounced his leadership after a certain amount of time. He was like, no, you lead yourselves, read, study, move forward. Okay. And then we also talk about engagement. When you engage somebody, you connect with something in their mind, body, and spirit. And in order to be able to do that, you have to know the interest of the people and how to inspire them. What is important to them? And that goes back to our value systems. We also want to have support. You want to not only receive, but give support. And also we need to have a way of measuring progress. And if you are a business person or you worked anywhere in life, you look at businesses. We say, do they operate like that? What if our businesses only promoted certain things and certain people, or even our institutions of learning? What happens when those persons pass away? What happens when it's time for someone else to assume leadership, or it's time to think outside the box, or be creative, or come up with a new mission, even goals and objectives that may take the organization or the business to higher levels? We see that a lot. There's a lot of turnover, and we want to make sure that even in businesses that are successful, because they want to always be in the know. They want to have the latest technology. They want people who are enthusiastic and thriving. They don't want people who get too comfortable in positions, because sometimes, as we can see in politics, when they do that, they know they have your vote. You don't always get their 100%, because it's just business as usual. And when we have a new challenge come up, they may not be able to meet that challenge. They may be, alhamdulillah, but in some situations, they may have made connections or feel like they have loyalties to a specific orientation or even a party, and not be able to fully commit to serve the people that they serve. So we want to remain in a position that's always true to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, one that always stands up for what is right, and one that is not scared. We don't fear the criticism of the criticizer, because Allah, He says that that's what He wants. We should not do that. It's in the Quran. And for Allah to use us, we know that Shaitan's going to come in some form or fashion. If you're striving to serve your Creator, Satan is not going to want you to do that. He's not going to want you to get the information out to the public. He's not going to want you to put everything in perspective. He's not going to want you to set a value system that you're not going to be wasting time with small-mindedness. You're not going to be wasting time with gossip. You're not going to waste time with situations and circumstances that are just not productive, because you know that when Allah inspires you, you're going to either move forward heavily or lightly equipped, or Allah's going to move you out the way and bring in somebody else. Just like He did the prophets. Some of the prophets were second guessing their mission, but when Allah gives you something, you're going to move forward with it. Okay, and so there's no way to get around it. They couldn't escape it. They might, even Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, talked to his wife about it, and she reassured him he was not mad. And I was reading in the Quran also about Lot, Prophet Lot. He was worried, when the people came to him, the men came to him, he was definitely worried about the people harming them. Angels reassured them that this is we are angels. We are sent from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Move forward. And he told him that his wife would be lag behind. And so for whatever reason, we don't want to be of those who lag behind. Unfortunately, sometimes we want to hang on to old ideas. We want to hang on to old ways of doing things. And we don't want to say old, because I don't want to be like I'm insinuating old has something negative, because we're all going to get old, inshallah, if we live long enough. That is a part of life. If we don't think we're going to get old, then we're not paying attention, right? Because it's a process. We're born, we grow up into childhood and adolescence, young adulthood, middle age adulthood, and we get older. We have our senior citizens. That's just a fact of life. We cannot change it. That is designed by our Creator. So if we look at it as something taboo or something that is derogatory or is not progressive, then we're doing ourselves a disservice, because we're going to have to need everyone. And what I need is a lot of people. What I need to also bring out is certain people who have had leadership positions for very long times, have been number one, have been supported by the community 100%. Sometimes when other people in their age bracket start stepping forward, they want to, we're just going to focus on the young adults. However, if you notice, in certain situations, they're always the ones out doing everything. But when someone else comes up with another idea or something similar to theirs, or wants to enhance or do something that may also inspire and uplift the community, well, right now we're going to focus on the young adults. And one thing I shared with them is that you do not go to any type of, and that's another division from the shaitan. No other race does that. They don't separate. They hold them in high regard, especially the Asians, the Latinos. They have so many names. They hold their history and their elders in high regard, because it's wisdom. It's not, it's generational wealth. It's building bonds, it's traditions, it's family values. All that's in that. If you're just gonna, oh well, we're just stopping here, we're throwing the torch, we're out the way, we're no good, then we're setting our young adults up for failure. And we don't want to buy into that. It's always a way that Shaitan wants to stop progress, but through division. I am better than he. So he tries to plant that same seed in the human soul for whatever reason, whether it's insecurities or envy, jealousy, spitefulness, blocking somebody, censorship. Oh, that brother, I know a specific man who has beautiful books, but when he first started out, he had some issues. Somebody that well regarded, may have meant well, but he didn't give it the stamp of approval. So people started shying away instead of reading it for themselves. And we want to be of those who think for ourselves. We cannot be people who just go along to get along, because it's not effective, and that has not served our community right. So I'm speaking on my behalf in reference to our attitudes and our leadership and our characteristics of paradigm shift when it comes to censorship. Also, leadership. What does that look like? What would that look like 10 years from now? Are we have beautiful leadership and we need our imams. We love them. I really believe, based off of my upbringing, and not just my upbringing, traveling through the community, talking with other people, hosting various events from the Mali conference to the business conference to every year doing the Moral Summit that Imam Muhammad Rahimahullah Alayhi gave to our community, the business, education, culture, and government, combined with that intra and interfaith panel. We bring in those politics. Many of our communities have been on it. I know here at Masjid Al-Shahid, we never drop the ball. Every year we're doing it. And we have done it consistently, year after year after year. And so I say all this to say, we need to make sure that as our leadership is given to us, we give back. We give back to our leadership, and we're not sitting there waiting for them to say, okay, pick up the egg, crack it open, put it in a pan, turn it on low, flip it over. I mean, at some point, we're going to have to be able to take what they say and use it in our life, because how I use it, my circumstances may be different than yours, but you should be able to extract what you need for your life. Just like when you go to college, they teach thousands of students, but everybody's not going to use the knowledge the same way. So we need to get out of this. Somebody can't move unless you move. We all moving together. I think we misinterpret that. It's like we're not making progress like that. And somebody needs to be the shooting star. If you got it 10 months down the road, you should be moving. You should have already had that established. You don't wait, and then sometimes we sure are bane a hue to God knows when. For example, at our masjid, we just recently had our strategic plan expire. It was a 10-year one. It wasn't the first one either, but it did expire. We had a plan to build onto the masjid. Now, mind you, I know we've paid off that property at least 7 years now. And we've been going back and forth. We were going to have some Muslim brothers that were immigrant brothers, and also an African-American brother, to be the, they were going to provide the funding for the developers. And we would meet with that. I've met with them. We had, it wasn't actually the CDC, but we had a small group that we were selected to come in, and we met for like over a year just to talk about the different aspects of the CDC, the different components of our community, go over the bylaws, comb through everything, everybody get their input. What would you like to be a part of when they do actually start building, etc. However, we sent out survey after survey. I mean, every 3 to 4 years, they're sending out another survey. We were supposed to have a school built when our children were 5 and 6. Then the next set of children were 5 or 6. And then my imam, the young imam who's in his 40s, and his wife, their children now, they have one that's still in school, but she's in middle school. The other one, he's in college. But all of our children went through that weekend school. And I'm still there, still teaching weekend school, or I'm in an administrative role right now. But this is what I'm saying. We have all these degree people with education, fancy cars, big houses, nice masjids, most of them. And we philosophy, we talk a lot of philosophy, and it's like when it comes, and then we have people who may not come out often. They may come out when we have a general assembly meeting or when we're trying to make a decision, and then Satan starts whispering, yeah, I don't think we should do the graveyard first, man. We should do the school first. We should do the multi-purpose. And then the community gets divided, and then the petty minds, I'm not talking about people, small-mindedness can affect us from moving forward. And then 10 years from now, nobody has nothing. All of our kids want the public school. A few sisters, people moved to Atlanta, but the sister, I don't know what happened with that. She moved back because she just liked the community. She said she liked the community, but she preferred Charlotte. It was more inclusive to her, and she just felt welcomed. But she did take her granddaughter and put her in Atlanta school for a while. I'm not sure how that worked out, but I know Atlanta has a nice school. They do have a nice school, but they also have some changes. I remember Imam Rashad came and was saying when they were going into that, they were looking at they needed a paradigm shift pretty much. And a lot of the young adults, they had some concerns. They wanted to, even with the, I don't know if it was the curriculum or just the staff, but it was, and that's interpersonal. He could share on that, but he did share that in one of his kupas at our masjid, but that was years ago. They are still a standing school. We all still support them. They're probably one of the longest standing schools in our community, but I know that they did have some concerns, and most of it was intergenerational concerns. They wanted to see progress, right? They want to see, just progress. And that paradigm shift is just necessary for changes that their children they want their children to have certain experiences and be able to have certain things. Okay. And so let's just move right along. We also want to look at education. I just talked a little bit about how it would look in starting our own Sister Claire Muhammad School. Now, don't get me wrong. We do everything we can do for the children. We take them on let me start with the education. First, we just had it for children, but I think right before the pandemic, was it before or right after? Well, anyway, at least for the last 4 years, we've had adult education as well. Because with our principal, as a young adult, she noticed that when she set homework home, that we needed to also teach our parents. Even though our parents were Muslim for several years, they attend Jumal, Talim, and they are actively a part of our masjid. There was a need for us to really start studying our religion. And so now we have classes for adults and children. So we have Islamic studies for everyone. The children are pretty much in their own classes based on their ages, but the adults, of course, we have Islamic studies first. That's the first class. And we have 5 and 6 year olds. And then we have, I think 7 to 8, 10 to 12. And I think that's where we stop, 10 to 12. I think. No, we have some high schoolers, and Brother Shaka works with the high schoolers because I know my children went, and I think that the age they stopped were like 17 when they were getting ready to graduate from school. So they have 16 to 18. But anyway, it's a good thing. We come in every Sunday. It's just 3 hours, but in that we have Islamic studies, Arabic studies. We feed them breakfast. We also have Saturdays where they have it's called Youth Connections. We take them to colleges. We take them to the beach every year at the end of the 8 months of Strong in School, and they do have a break in the summer. But we maximize what we have. We take them to different, based on their age. We have a parent connect group. I also host the parent meetings. Like we have parent meetings. I'm a community outreach liaison. We bring in, they have mentors. We have clubs. I mean, we work it out. Okay, we do a lot, but we definitely have the resources and have the people to have a school, but we have to decide to do it, whether we're going to have the whole community support, or we have to move forward heavily or lightly equipped, just like the Quran says. Sometimes you do have to move forward lightly equipped, and Allah will bring the rest to you. Qualifications. We have to qualify ourselves. This is another paradigm shift. Qualification is just being a good Muslim. knowing the Quran and Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but having a pure heart. Just start with that. Allah can work with that because He is the one that makes Muslims. In addition to that, as if any career goal that we would want to have, if you want to learn how to sew, you go and you take classes for that, right? If you want to learn teaching, you can take some workshops to improve your teaching. Or it could be a natural gift. Allah inspires whom He wills. We take that. Nobody has to have a formal education, but we do want to qualify ourselves when we take positions in our community so we can make sure that we are giving the best examples, the best information, and not only giving that, but also living that in our lives. Our children, as I said, my son, he came back from college. He examined the masjid, and he is like, they really just want to see more progress. He said, it was almost like we were frozen in time. Everybody was just sitting around. It was the same people, the same. We didn't build, but they're young adults, so they're looking at it through the lens of, is this where I want to raise my children? Is this the life that I want to have for my community? Where's the motivation? And then he said, and then you just see people just sitting around, hanging around the masjid all day, and that's okay if that's what they have to do, but just be motivated. Present yourself professionally. We have young eyes watching. It's just not a place to just, just be and not just have anything going. You want to make sure that, it's Allah's house, and some people, mashallah, especially if they're retired, mashallah, if you want to stay around the masjid, and we all do, we have sleepovers for the halakas and things like that. But I'm just saying, in general, just make sure that you are growing yourself. You're not stuck in a mindset, or when you're talking to our youth, it's not nonsense, and you're encouraging them to date halal. You're not saying things that are, you don't have, brother, what you doing? You looking handsome, brother. I know them girls, they don't want to hear that from us. They can get that out in the street. They want to see people who are motivated, that are studying the deen, that are building communities so they can come back and help contribute to it, so they don't have to go back. He's working at a public school, in a high school. We could have had that in our school, but we don't have it yet. So we will, inshallah. And then our priorities have to be in alignment. We have a lot of beautiful events, and I enjoy them too. And socialization is necessary for progress, especially African Americans. We're inclined to do that. Even in Africa, before we became slaves, we did a lot of celebratory things, dance, beautiful things. And we also build monumental buildings, and we had kings and queens, etc. So we contributed academically. We all know that, even in mathematics, and even with our religion. However, we want to make sure we're not balancing. We're not being unbalanced, I'm sorry, and making sure we're not celebrating too much, having too much fun times, too much dress up tea parties, events, banquets. Everybody can attest that we have our share. We have our share, and that's good. They're even talking about opening up a cafe at the masjid, and I'm still behind them. Yeah, we better get this school up, get a cafe built so people can come after work and just they already been doing it because we had a tent up, some people. But the thing is, alhamdulillah, you do what Allah strives you to do, inspires you to do, but keep striving for excellence, and don't forget the priorities of building those model communities and extending that to our young adults so they can move. They would love to come back and work in our community and be able to give them a nice salary. And it's like, it's just out of our reach all the time because we talk about it. I really believed it wholeheartedly that we would have had the school before my children got to high school. When they were little, I believed that we were going to, because we had the meetings like we were going to do it. And we even had brought in people like Imam Ronald Shahid. He had moved to our community. He had laid out what it would take, because he had a school in Wisconsin. We brought in Sister Barcy, who now has a school in Greensboro. We've brought in everybody, and we also have well-equipped people who, many of us has degrees in education and are working at other institutions. But I think we have to make sure that when we decide to go ahead and move forward, that we're able to do that and put step by step into practical application, and not just, you don't have to have 100% consensus all the time because everybody does not have the same value system. And it will hold up progress if you're trying to tiptoe around people. I don't care how bourgeois they are. I don't care how much money they have. I don't care how much status or clout they have. Sometimes those are the people who people tiptoe around because they have a fancy car, because we have that slavery mindset in some instances. We get caught up in things like materialistic things. And that is another thing I want to talk about. Having a paradigm shift. I don't care how much status somebody has, so much education they have. If they are not actively serving, and if they are not actively showing us by character that we are a priority, they come around every now and then and want to call shots, and people just kind of tiptoe because they think they're bourgeois. That's outdated. And it's small thinking. And that's unrighteousness. It reminds me of the ayat of the surah in the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talked about correct Prophet Muhammad. And he frowned because he was what? He was doing what he was inspired to do, teaching the deen, but he was overlooking certain people, the layman, which means just the average citizen. He was going after people who he thought would help him better. They had the resources, maybe the doctors, the lawyers, the politicians, the imams in today's time. What would that look like? The people we think know everything. There's no person who knows everything about anything. They have to learn and read and study just like we do. And we do respect knowledge. I'm not saying that they're not qualified. There's some really exceptional imams and leaders in our community, and all praises is due to Allah, and we respect their knowledge. We want their knowledge. I respect it as well. We want to learn it. We need to learn it, and we need to put things into practical application. I'm not saying that. I'm saying keep it in perspective. Don't freeze and just wait. You can't flip an egg or do anything this minute without calling on the phone and getting, and I know because I've seen it. My father was an imam. I was married to an imam. I mean, and I've heard other imams' wives. We share. Everything. Call the imam for everything. Like we're going back instead of going forward. We don't want to do that. Things we can figure out for ourselves. That's a burden to them. So let's move on. Brother Edward, can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum. I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can hear you well.
Okay, mashallah. All right. So we're going to open up for our panel. I want you and Imam Shahid to talk about something that you think needs to be looked at in regards to a paradigm shift. And I was saying that it could also be like a mindset, right? It could be a mindset.
You have danced all around it. Just my judgment. You've danced all around it, but you haven't hit it on the head.
Okay. Well, that's why you're here. See? Okay, so let me
paradigm shifts are not something that you influence. Paradigm shifts are something that you recognize. Because it's already happened. Okay. When you recognize that it's happened and your intelligence, your inspiration from Allah, all those things should come together to help you to understand what you have to do within this new paradigm. I'll give you an obvious example.
Okay.
The move from polytheism to monotheism, from multiple gods to one God, changed the entire Near East, Middle East, and then everything else that it touched. But the people weren't aware of it until it had taken root. And a lot of the people were disturbed by it and didn't know how to react to it until they had a better understanding of it through interaction with the people who had embraced it. You can go to the Industrial Revolution, you can go to the Scientific Revolution that began in World War II and went on into the 1980s. You can then detect, the information or communication revolution that led us from land-based phones to these computers we carry around in our hand. What actually happens when a paradigm shift occurs? Because we may think it's cute and not recognize that the ground has shifted from under our feet. That everything that we do, the way we communicate, the way that we do business, that all these things have changed in a major way. So now, how do we take that information and this new paradigm and move our community forward with it? And education is one of those big areas. And I'll let somebody else talk here in a second. Leadership. We don't have leadership because we don't train leadership.
Excuse
The
me?
role, we don't train leadership. The role of a leader is to prepare as many leaders under them as they possibly can and give them roles and responsibilities and get out of their way and allow them to do what they are charged to do. And the best example of that is Prophet Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
In every community that he went into, starting with Medina and then secondarily Mecca, he put people in positions. He made someone a muazzin. He made someone the zakat collector. He made someone a qadi, a judge to judge over the people and their disputes, and so on and so forth. And then he was gone. He selected people. He made sure they knew exactly what their job was and where they went for guidance. And then when he was done with Mecca, he went back to Medina. He left those people in charge to do what they needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
And Abu Bakr, when Abu Bakr succeeded him after his transition, same thing. You're expanding and you're going into new places, and
Mm-hmm.
you're putting people in position. You're giving them what they need to do the job, and then you're
Alhamdulillah.
leaving them to do the job. Like if you want somebody to design a community based on the land that you guys have, put 2 or 3 people together on a committee and tell them to come up with the plan
Alhamdulillah.
and to come
So, Brother
present
Edward,
it
if
to the
I may,
community.
yes, sir. If I may interject, we do have our Leadership Academy that is training leaders, inshallah.
That's you.
No, not we. I'm
That's
talking about Imam Bashir Ali, the IW,
okay. Let me ask you a
right?
question real quick because I'm familiar with that. Brother Muhammad, good friend of ours on Graceline. He's a graduate. Can you
Mm-hmm.
tell me the number of people who have graduated?
Well, they had one class. I don't know the number, but I know it's at least
Okay,
5 so far, and they have another class coming up right behind them.
right.
We just started that,
I understand.
so
So
that might be a
that's
paradigm
great.
shift.
That's great. That's not a paradigm shift. That is a reaction to a paradigm shift. It's an acknowledgement that in the new world we need to train lieutenants and captains and majors and colonels and all this stuff to be able to transfer the information that we imams have to a broader group of people. Because in this information age, as fast as it's moving, we don't have the ability to do it. So we've got to train other people to do it. That's an acknowledgement that the paradigm has already shifted.
Okay.
So
So,
now we're trying to catch up, but we need to be
yes.
doing that on a local level. For every 5 that come out of that program, we need to be preparing 10 at a local level. They may not get everything that the PhDs coming out of that program get, but they're getting a bachelor's degree on a local level so that they can
Mm-hmm.
deal locally with issues of the masjid in all areas of life.
Yes.
Interfacing with the government to get plans authorized to build things and do this and do that, and with the state to get funding for schools if you want to go that route. You got to have
Okay.
people at the local level to do that.
Yes, sir. Thank you
They
so
need to be
much.
trained.
Yes, and I'm writing down what you said about training. Okay, so that's good. But my understanding also is a change in mindset and concepts. That's what the video was saying. It's also, like you said, it already happened, and then people are trying to catch up with it. But my intention, and yours is valid as well, is to look at our community through the lens of having a paradigm shift internally. And our goal is to build a model community from the inside out, just like a paradigm shift. So that's why I'm hitting on some of these things that I think is hindering us from being successful. But you're absolutely right. And I can't see the screen right now. If you see someone else who has their hand up, If Brother Shahid Abdullah has his hand up, if he has a question at this time or a comment, I would like to hear from him as well. And then I'm going to go over one slide, and then I'm going to go back to YouTube because Sister Hassan, her phone is being hacked or something. But we also have to look at our technology and also some things that we need to do as a ummah to prevent things like that from happening. But go ahead, Brother Edward.
Okay, so I had this, Assalamu alaikum, alhamdulillah. I had this discussion with Imam Adam Bayah 3 days ago. 3 days ago? Yeah, 3 days ago. We as a community, we need to have a training as an entire community on where we are in the world and the paradigm shifts that have already happened that we haven't acknowledged, and an understanding of the technologies that we can use that will move us forward that we don't grasp, we don't understand, and we're still living almost in a mystic realm, as if some creature out there just, our 2% of the entire population so rocks their boat that they will spend all their resources to come and disrupt us. When right now we can't lift a fly because we're so disorganized. Why would they do that? It doesn't make sense. What it says to me is we have a misunderstanding of where we are and even what our potential is that we need to rectify before we can make a move. Is you have to get out of your own way.
I believe
you
that.
And it's just a lot of times it's just a clear misunderstanding of the events that are unfolding. And if you understood what was happening, you would probably go into your quiet space and have a nice long laugh at yourself.
Okay.
Of how you let your mind go there and how you'll never let that happen again. Because as believers, we have to understand that we have the ability to overcome any of these trifling things. They're all trifling and momentary.
Yes, excellent. Okay, thank you, Brother Edward. Thank you. We do have the ability to overcome. Do you see Imam Shahid Abdullah in the Zoom?
I don't.
Okay, so I don't know
He
if
was there earlier. He left a message saying he had to leave and he would be right back, but I haven't seen him return.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna go over this. But he probably will come back, inshallah. He did state some things, but I want him to share that himself. But anyway, going back to Imam Wafdi Muhammad Rahimullah Alayh, he told us to, and again, I'm trying to spark a shift, a change in thinking in the way we do things. So it's not as, I'm not saying that this is a paradigm shift, but it is what I am striving to present to myself and the believers in our community, that a paradigm shift is needed. And you're saying it's already happened. It has happened in some ways, but in some ways we are stagnant. In some ways we are not moving forward. We have to also look at the things that we're doing. I'm focusing on us. Okay. So in Imam Wafdi Muhammad's community, he said, study your religion for yourself. And I saw this on the airways. Well, I found it on YouTube, but I've also saw a lot of his recordings on American Muslim 360. A couple years back, I used to play him all the time when I got finished because a host had one off. And plus before that, of course, I grew up on him. My dad would play him. First Sundays, my father loved Imam Wafdi Muhammad, really loved him. He came to our masjid at least twice, and my dad just he was a follower of Imam Muhammad, rahimahullah. And so, and also one time Imam came and dad was trying to get him to talk, and he told my dad to go ahead with it. He was going to sit on the floor, and he was very humble at Juma and listen. So I know he was a servant leader. I know he wasn't one as a dictator. And he's on his when he's talking on some of his latter presentations, he was obviously frustrated. I can see it about several things. But one of the things is he was saying people were not really following him. They were following him around, sort of like idolizing him, but they weren't doing what he said. And I don't know if that's carrying over from the previous thought processes they had earlier or whatever. But I definitely know that we can't keep going like that. Many of our new shahadas never heard of Imam Muhammad rahimahullah, but it is our obligation and duty to introduce them and orient them to his language and logic. However, we also have to be broader. We have to expand our thinking. We live in a diverse world, and we have to build our individuals, our families, and our communities. We have to go back to teaching. We think because we were Muslim all our life, or we've been in a masjid 20 years, that people would know certain things. We have to refresh, just like you go to continuing education credits. That's one of the reasons why we established the adult Sister Claire Muhammad Strong in School, because we've seen that in behavior. If you're really studying your religion, you're reading your Quran, you have less gossip, small-mindedness, blocking, envy, and jealousy, because you're too busy trying to strive for excellence in your own life. So you're not micromanaging what somebody else is doing. You're not worrying about someone else's accomplishments. If anything, you're happy. But where this happens at is when people are not growing themselves, or they feel that they're limited to the kitchen. And here she comes out. She's always up front doing, we had some really small-minded things over the years that I witnessed as a young adult growing up in our community that was ridiculous. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Everybody has equal opportunity. Nobody's too big. No job is too big. No job is too small. There's no big I's, no little U's. You go in the kitchen and swap up a meal and serve. We all of us have done it. We worked with a skeleton crew and served the whole Mali conference, 400 something people. Me, my mom, my sister, we've done it several times with our eyes closed. We're not into that small-mindedness. When people come into the community, Shaitan sometimes gets in the mix and plant seeds of, like the sister said, I was so shocked one time. And my father had always invited anybody to come up. He had 70 imams that he trained, and they rotate the khutbah. When I married Imam Abdulaziz, he paid him to come. He gave him a platform. Aziz didn't have a masjid. He didn't have, and then he thought he was going to get a position he didn't get. My father supported him as a brother in Al-Islam. He brought him here. They didn't just say, oh, well, he's interested in my daughter. They gave, or was married to my father. My dad know that he was struggling. He paid him to come and do Tadawir prayer. So the leadership that I witnessed in my father is I'm sure other people have that same leadership and commitment, but it was selfless. It wasn't something that was, he's the big macho and everybody under him. Even when people come in, every committee, every event, sign up if you want to participate. I created vows after I got my bachelor's of science in social work. He didn't stop on that, but he made it professional because he had went back and got his master's. I had to do a proposal. I had to present it to the community. I had to come up with a mission, goals, and objectives. It had to be successful. And we had to follow the guidelines of the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Holy Quran. And it had to be fi sabilillah. If he saw any fitna, he would shut it down. And so we have to have people that are strong enough to stand up for what is right and speak out against what is wrong. And so that little shout out again was for our young adults. But I want to mention that one of the things that we need to focus on also is marriage in our ummah. I had a sister she's a close friend of mine. She lives in Brooklyn, and she married previously into an immigrant community. However, now she is IWDM, but she was married on it for several years. And she said it was a big difference for her. There's people all over her, always over their house. But she said it wasn't just that. It was just some dispositions that she didn't like in reference to her spouse. And she was able to make that change. But now she is in married to an IWDM brother who's, alhamdulillah, they're doing very well. However, she said that the beauty of their communities are they're not just assalamu alaikum at the masjid or at events. She said they are really eating dinner at each other's house. The sisters are going shopping together. Their children are going to each other's graduation. They're over each other's house. Everything is not centered around the masjid. They're really getting to know people behind the scenes. She said people be at her house all hours of the night. And her husband was just, it was just, a situation where she didn't mind, but she didn't like the, there was some things that she just wanted more for herself. And she wanted to do some things differently. However, she said the community at large and her friendships with the sisters was amazing. And she said they socialized their children young. And one of the things we do is we're too rigid in the masjid. We know we want the brothers on one side, the sisters on the other side. But if we're having events where we have the round tables out, iftar, etc., we can allow them to mingle. We can allow them to be their best self. Because if they're always scared, we fussing at them, have them over there doing this and that, they're clammed up. They don't know who they are. But when they go out in the community and get these jobs, they go to school, they go to universities, they're the life of everything. You wouldn't believe. Is that our Omar up there leading the class? Is that our Sophia establishing a Muslim committee at a university? They have so much. And when they feel comfortable, we want to make them feel comfortable. We want them to be happy. And we want to show healthy, happy marriages. We don't always have to be so rigid, looking stern. If your husband or wife is around, you can hug them. You can be happy. You can smile. I remember Imam Rashad said that. He said, I don't know about y'all, but I want to be around some happy married people. He said, the expressions I see, people be looking like they just, this man at the world. And he said it jokingly, but we have to really model that we're living our best life. They want to see us happy and thriving. That's what they see out here. They see on TV, they see their friends and other faith traditions. And we don't want to be just black and white, all spiritual, all structure. Nothing else matters. No emotion. That's why people can jump from one marriage to another. Did you slot in, man? Did you fast? Did you do those extra sunnahs? Did you fast those extra days? Did you do this? Did you do that? And then you look back at some of the situations, and those very people that are leaders are speaking out. They're not giving that life to their own life and family. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that he despises when you say out of your mouth what you do not do. And you can tell because their situations went south. If you were really giving to your community like you're supposed to, giving to your marriage like you're supposed to, giving to your children, your family, your dispositions, all that would change. And you would have what you're preaching about. If it's just talk it and your life isn't reflecting it, the young adults, they don't want to hear it. Unless they know you personally and know the ins and outs. But to have it overwhelming amount of people 50 plus just sitting around 10, 20 years, not married, or have an overwhelming, well, wait a minute, Mom, I thought that was his, her. They come back and he married 3 different people in 4 years, or that's an exaggeration, but 3 different wives in one masjid. It's not like they're practicing polygyny. He just went on to the next one when that didn't work, and the kids are like, they don't want that type of life. First of all, that's not the way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala instructed us to be. He allows divorce, but he does not like it. It's the last alternative. So we need to look at a change of thinking and how we're going to go about creating or instituting a paradigm shift, or assuming the one that has already occurred, as Brother Edward said. But it is a change in sociology, the way of thinking and doing things. Because there is an issue. And I know I'm not the only one that sees it, but a lot of people don't speak out. We want to sugarcoat, act like everything's going on, but these children see through that. They're like, oh, no, I'm not doing that. Oh, no, what's going on with y'all? Y'all can't get it together and y'all talking all this. I might go be a Christian. I might as well go do something else. I'm serious. And so we will look at the masjid and say, where they at? Are we giving our best life? Are our masjids thriving? Have we built a multi-purpose center at every masjid? Imam Muhammad, Rahim Allah taught over 30 years, and he's been saying business, education, culture, and government. And the most we hear about it is at a banquet or an event or at a time to be grateful. It's, they're meeting, they're discussing it. We have some established communities, but we need to have more. And we need to look at how we're allocating our resources, because in order to make something real, you have to have people who are able to do it. And you have to have resources, people, places, and things that are going to get the job done and can't feel the criticism of the criticizer, because we still have that slavery mentality. We have that crabs in a barrel mentality. We have the envy and jealousy. Out the wuku, I had to disengage him. I still work in my masjid. I'm still on a Imam's staff. But you know what? I told him I had to disengage from the politics. I had to close my heart off to foolishness. And I have. And that's why I'm able to still come and teach, because I see it for what it is. And Allah says, and I had to close it off. And I keep making my prayers. I make my extra prayers. Allah will seal that up. He will heal it, and you will look at that and just dust it off your shoulder. Because as you said, that trifling word, that is the translation in the Quran. The shaitan can't touch you. The unbelievers can't touch you. The people who are there for don't know what they want to do, and just with the small little, it says they're just trifling annoyances. So Allah can only use people who are steadfast, that are looking to please him, and will not fear the criticism of the criticizer. If you're worried about what somebody says because you got loyalties and you think they're your friend or they're in a status position, it's too much of that. And it's too much of people just coming to just hang out at the masjid like it's going to build itself. And we have to have, like you said, we need more order and structure. We do. And we also need people who don't fear the criticism and the criticize. I see too much of that. And it's like you tune on shows and people, every 200 people are on there and asking one person questions that are like, did you know they know the answer to? And stop giving all these accolades. If you see him, we respect you, Imam, thank you. But, oh, I'm so grateful, Imam. You changed my life, da-da-da. That is good. But too much of that is idol worship. And Allah says he does not guide that. He does not guide unrighteousness. And we have to look at, we have had a paradigm shift. We have to look at what has transpired in the last 10 years. We have lost a lot of people. Allah does not want us to depend on any person. We had a lot of great people. Alhamdulillah, my parents included, my father, and I believe that my father asked for his wife. I believe it. And the daughter that took care of him. And we pray that they're in Jannah Firdaus. I feel peace in my soul. I pray, and that's what Allah has given me in my spirit. My thing is this. I definitely want all of us to be successful, myself included. And as I told the students, I'm not perfect either. We definitely, nobody's perfect. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I strive to be right. I have a good heart, inshallah. We're not supposed to say that about ourselves, but I have pretty much been, I'm not a jealous type of woman. I don't backbite and talk about people. I don't, I just never had that spirit. And I thank Allah for that, because when you get around it, you can't stand it. You don't want to be around it. I'd rather just go hang out with the brothers and get the job done. Some of them, they're just right-minded. They're about getting it done. And that's what I don't want to have time for all that different emotionalism, that petty stuff. I don't need to know about somebody else's situation over here and what somebody's child did and all that. Unless it's something, like I told the sisters, unless it's a situation that we can help somebody, we don't need to send out a book. They sent a text out 10 about somebody's business who needed help financially, but they broke it down to the abuse, the husband left, the house. I said, who put this in the chat? You have got to be kidding me. It's a new person. To come to our masjid, I would never come back. Spare the dignity. What are we thinking? And we're too old for that. That is totally unprofessional for anything, a social worker, anybody. And then we just come, I don't know what it is, but as you said, brother, we need to have some structure and we need to be more professional. And when somebody comes in with an idea that's excellent, we don't need to just try to shut them down or act like or spread rumors, oh, well, she's not perfect either. She da, 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 da. Allah, look, who's the forgiver? Allah forgives. Allah knows your intentions. And Allah knows your intentions on whatever you do. And Allah says he is the one who makes Muslims. He is the one that forgives. If Allah forgives you and Allah is with you, who can be against you? We cannot see into people's hearts. We can only see their actions. We can see what they do. We can see their behavior, and we can see the way that they treat each other and other people. And so I want to speak, that's what I really wanted to get that out about. Just, and sometimes, I love working with my sisters. I do at the Strongest School, but some of the events is just certain, when I know that foolishness is going to be there, I'm not there. I have learned to select and keep guard my peace. I said, I'm not going, because I know the people who are organizing it, they petty Eddie. I don't want to. And one day I didn't go. I listened to Allah. Didn't go to iftar. It was a big blowout, almost a fight. They had to send 3 people home. I listened to Allah. I'm telling you, I pray every day. I read Quran. It was the petty stuff. And then I got the calls. I didn't even answer it. I didn't even answer it right. I made my Tawweer prayer. I had got my little dinner. I was at peace. I didn't even answer it. But when I did get back to the sister, it was a mess. And I didn't even want to hear that, because it was Ramadan. But it was 3 people got sent home. It was this past Ramadan. But this Ramadan, we're not, inshallah, we won't have something on that level. But it's just like for women, if they're not growing themselves intellectually, you don't have to be a doctor, but find something that you like. Because if they see a beautiful woman come in who they think is attractive, and she's not scared to speak up, she has new ideas, she's trying to move forward, and you don't have a husband, they think you should be sitting back with your mouth shut. Who is she? She don't even have a husband. I mean, this is the things that they say. I don't know who she thinks she is. I'm better than her. At least I got a husband. I know how to keep my husband. Da 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 da. Alhamdulillah, that's good, But listen, like the Quran says, he said, don't look at other women, don't laugh at other women, because it may be that the latter is better than the former. And that goes for all of us. So we have to stop being petty minded and small minded, because when we look up to you, I look up to you, and I look up to you as my senior. And if I see that you're, I'm not going to be around foolishness. I have too much responsibility. I have my children, my grandchildren. I have 5 children and 5 grandchildren. And every day I go to work and I work with other people's children. And I've always been a mother hen. I don't care who I had in my life. My children always came first. My husband, when he was here, he got catered to, and I took care of him well. But I've never put anybody above my responsibility as being a mother. And because I was darned if I was going to let somebody shatter my home, like I see too many women do, and a man goes on about his business. Then the children are resentful. The household is shattered. The relationships are broken. I'm like, no, you come in, you're full 100%. You're going to be here. You're going to build relationships, and you're going to be a stable family man, or you got to go. I'm not going to have nobody running in and out my life, because I didn't want that for my children. And I never intended that. And so, yeah, so just anyway, I just kind of went off on that thing about marriage, but I didn't share all this with the young adults, but they grasp it. We want them to not just be spiritual and not have any life skills. We want to give them life skills. Because they see the stuff already. And we want them to have an ability to discern. Like I thought, you don't have to go to everything. If it's you go to what you feel like, and you go and support it. You can support things from a distance. You can send a donation, but guard your peace, because your peace is all you have, And so with that said, again, even our listening audience today, if you would like to start your leadership journey, you can also email us at cwsconline@gmail.com. And we're not looking, I'm not a micromanager. I am currently the CEO of American Muslim 360, only 6 months now. However, I am a growing person. I think, because thinking does benefit the thinker. And I also empathize, but I also like to get things done. And I don't like a whole lot of different, sure bane hue to the woohoozy for 5 years so we can't move forward. I like to decide on something, come first with it, strategic plan, and then get it done if we can. And so, inshallah, that's what you see from me. I like to think outside the box. One of my focuses right now is growing our listenership, making sure that people come ready to learn and ready to share and give. It's an even exchange. It's no big I's, no little U's. We do have regard for leadership, direction, because we do need leadership. There should be a leader. We're not saying that, but we want people who are thinkers, right? How are you going to build a nation if everybody's following and nobody steps up on any type of capacity and going in any door, without having to check. But okay, assalamu alaikum. Thank you.
Yeah. Sister Khalidah, I don't know if you can see the board or not, but Imam Shahid do is back now.
Thank you. I was waiting hoping for somebody. Thank you for being a leader.
You're welcome.
I can't see. Imam Shahid, if you would go ahead and unmute your mic and share your perspectives on paradigm shift or anything in your our community that you would like to see implemented or needs to be changed.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Yes, I think that there are a lot of things in our community. I think is are moving in the right direction. They're still young yet. I think that sometimes we look at ourselves and think that we should be mature to a certain level when actually we're not at that level yet. As a community, we're still growing. And many of us don't really understand that concept not because we're not intelligent enough to understand it, simply because it's new to us. We come out of many years of a type of community that was bent on total leadership. It's built on one leader, and it was nobody could say anything on the side or anything else because they couldn't we couldn't make progress because we needed just that one leader out front. The old brand of kind of bringing the community into shape, and that is really difficult to get out of. Imam Muhammad, for his whole time he was in office, was trying to get us out of that kind of leadership into a more of a contact between you and the creator. Every individual is an individual. Autonomy is what that is. Autonomy is not easy to adhere to, but it's in our religion is necessary. And we are predominantly a religious group. We're not a political group. We try to be politics and be business people, but we're not a group that's, let's say, like the senior group. They're a senior group. Let's say like a youth group. That's a youth group. But when we start talking about our religion, we're not a group like that. We are more like a community that's specific in terms of our relationship with Allah as individuals. And each masjid there's an autonomy to that also. So it's not an easy thing to get used to. It just it's going to take some time for us to get used to our existence and how we can exist and do and fulfill those things we know we should be doing. And that's not easy for us to do. Like I said, I know people think they can do it, but the proof of the pudding is in the tasting. And so we see the situation we have in our community, and that simply means we are still growing. We have situations to deal with. Some things we like, some things we don't like. So we grow a little bit, then we fall back a little bit. We get some people joining our way of thinking, then we get some people leaving that way of thinking. That's just the process of growth. And in my opinion, I think we've grown a lot. And I still see growth. I don't see us diminishing. I see us growing as a community because there's more of us now are beginning to adhere to this concept and idea that Imam Muhammad has given to us, this autonomy type thinking, the Ashura Bainahum, how to come together and disagree with each other, not for the purpose to tear each other down, but for the purpose of building each other up. You don't have to, if Allah wanted us to be the same, and he says this in Quran, he would have created us just one. No, he created us all different, right down to our fingertips. So we know that we're different. So that means that we're not going to agree on simple issues sometimes. So we have to search for the answer to make progress together and get used to and being in discussions, open discussions, learn how to make beautiful arguments with one another. We have to learn those things. We're not at that debate level yet. Even when we have these conferences, we still could see in those conferences we have people who are supposed to be on the same level in terms of maybe business people or political people or imams, but still there's no real interchanging of ideas and concepts, and no almost no contradicting something more someone else bring out that's different, and there's no objections to or no different opinions about it. That's not normal. The normal is that we don't see eye to eye on things, and we have to work to get to that point. And sometime in working to getting to the point to see eye to eye, we even come up with a better solution. We come up with a better idea. We engage more people. We're still growing. We're a baby community. And but Allah has blessed us with the kind of information and the kind of I guess we can say leadership. I think that word is sort of like a fast moving out of our community more into a collaborative, more kinship in terms of brotherhood and sisterhood. We're getting closer to that idea of being truly brothers and truly sisters with one another. That's our real position. A real position to one another are brothers and sisters, believers. We're not really over each other in no way. We only are relevant to each other because we believe in the same thing. We believe in Allah, and we believe and live the life of the Quran, which is Islam, and we follow the Quran and the life example of Prophet Muhammad. That's our commonality. But we are brothers and sisters, as Allah said. He brought us together with the rope of Islam. Islam is like a rope; it brings us together. It doesn't separate us at all. There's no. If we find ourselves separating from one another, that tells us some of us are wrong. Could be the ones who we are separating from, or it could be us. But it tells us that something is wrong. And then we have to find our way back to that brotherhood and sisterhood. We have to, maybe sometimes we might have to apologize, or they may have to come and apologize. Sometimes we may just have to say, I saw your point of view. I was looking to, I think, let's talk about that again. Let's see this again. We have to care for each other as much as we care for ourselves. And if we care for each other as much as we care for ourselves, we want for each other what we want for ourselves. So that makes us work together and have difference of opinions and work to come to some kind of common denominator that's going to benefit us all together. That sharing freedom space. You can't share if you're not willing to discuss things, if you're not willing to come up with an idea. You can't be afraid to put your idea on the table, and because somebody might not like it, or maybe a difference of opinion, nor can you stay away from bringing about a different point of view on that idea that someone brings to the table, as if you're not supposed to speak up. That's old thinking that we have to get out of. We have to get more to the thinking. And as Sister Khalidah was saying, this paradigm shift. The paradigm shift is to autonomy. That's what it is. We've never been autonomous before. I know some of us say, no, we haven't been. Even when Imam Muhammad said each masjid had a degree of autonomy, we wasn't doing it then. And they're definitely not doing it as individuals. We may not be together as a group, but we're not exercising what autonomy means. It means, in my opinion, it means that an individual can be his whole self and still relate to another individual. And then they become a group. Then they become a family. Then they become brothers and sisters. But they have to start off as individuals with their own thinking and own belief in Allah and the Quran. In their own way, Allah created in each one of us the ability to follow the logic to his logical conclusion. The Quran mentions that. And Allah created man to be rational, to be rational. We're not like trees or rocks. We're rational people, and we lean toward the best way. And sometimes, even when we say best way as an individual, it may not be the best way. It may be the best way to us, and we might have to find out. We have to get it tested. And the only way we can test those kind of things is in conversations and debates and arguments and good arguments, beautiful arguments. We have to know what we are arguing for is for the good, not to tear down, not to tear a brother down or a sister down, or tear or someone that you don't like, or you try to make yourself look bigger, not to make yourself look better than your brother or sister, but we argue to bring about the solution, because we know and understand only Allah knows. Only Allah has all the answer. Only Allah is perfect. The rest of us, we're finding our way. We're trying to find our way as a brotherhood and a sisterhood. That's going to require some work. It's going to require some understanding. It's going to require some toleration of each other. We're going to have a tolerance of someone saying things to us we don't like, or we saying things to others that they don't like. We have to have a genuine coming together of the brothers and sisters in order for us to reach that kind of thinking that we try to work toward when we're talking about, I hear so many people say it, the human excellence and bringing the world into human excellence and remaking the world and things of that nature. We are only close to remaking the world when we are close to remake ourselves. If we look at ourselves and we are the same or have reverted back, that means we were a long way from this concept of remaking the world. The world begins in our own mind. In our own mind. Without the world in your mind, you're not in the world and can't remake a world. You have to get that world in our own mind. We have to get that world together. And that world has to be able to share. That world has to be able to share that common space. Not because we let somebody come amongst us who's of a different faith. No, no, no. Sharing common space means sometime in just conversation. Sometime in conversation, we have to learn where someone is coming from. We have to be genuine in our opinions when we give them. Don't just say things to one another because we think we're smart or more intelligent. We have to say things to one another because we genuinely have thought about what we're saying. And we want to bring about an idea that can help that person, or that person, if they have the answer that we didn't know about, it can help us. The helping of each other to straightening the road for your brother and sister is straightening the road for yourself. We have to see that kind of relationship. We have to start developing relationships. We're not doing that now. I've been in the communities since 1963, and that we're not doing that. We used to talk about it in the Nation of Islam, brotherhood and sisterhood. We talked about it, and we had a greater feeling about it because we were commanded to do it. We were commanded to stand at attention together, look like one another, walk like one another, talk like one another. We was commanded to do that. And we was commanded to obey those who was in authority over us, the lieutenants, the captains, the ministers, and so forth. So we was commanded to do that. But when it comes down to being willing to follow what Allah has given us, that's where the test is. The test is when we're on our own, when nobody is telling us to stand to attention, when nobody is trying to direct us. Can we direct ourselves? Can we come together with one another? Can we disagree? Can we make our brother stronger, our sister stronger? Can we do that? That's where the test is. We're in a test right now. We're in a test to see if we can be brothers and sisters in the deen. We see if we can be brothers. If we can be brothers and sisters in the deen, then we are really the example for the world. Then we example for the African American people. We're an example for other communities because we have passed the test. If we can't get along in terms of coming to agreements over the discussion table, then we have not yet passed the test. The test is up to us. And the test is not something someone go force on us. The test is something we have to come and be a part of. The test is something we have to genuinely give of ourselves. I see problems in people, and people see problems in me. Everyone sees problems in each other. And we have to really get to the mirror and see the problems in yourself. That's where we have to be. We have to see the problems in ourselves and help others who are trying to help us to help them. And we're trying to help them to help us. It's a relationship, a real, true relationship for believers. Believers in the Deen of Islam have to learn to be in a strong relationship because we are giving ourselves to one God, Allah. So we should not be out of tune with that. We're giving ourselves to one example, Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So we should not be out of tune with that. It's a easy thing to say, easy thing to talk about, but it's a difficult thing to achieve. And we see just how difficult it is because even today, after several years of the passing of Imam Wali Muhammad and many years of coming out of, and he was with us 50 years in terms of teaching us, and then coming out of the Nation of Islam. And yet we still have certain problems that we have to solve. And they're only going to come through some of these concepts and ideas and this, what Sister Khalidah is showing in terms of what would be in your strategy plan. You see, in that education, that thinking
Yes.
thinking is so important. Thinking is so important. But I didn't want to take too long and
No, you're
bring.
fine because I talked a long time, and Brother Edward Willis might have another comment. I definitely want to get our audience. What I did with the Leadership Academy is that they didn't really talk out. They put things in the chat because they like to do that anyway, unless they needed to. Princess Aziz, I love her. She gave a huge shout out to us, and we want to have her back. She's grown so much with the Leadership Academy, and alhamdulillah.
Right.
We're going to build that relationship with them. But I thank Imam Bashir Ali. This was my second presentation, and I wanted to give them something to leave with because they're graduating, and I had to tap into this. So it was well received. He gave me excellent review, and so I didn't get into all the stuff I was talking about here with us tonight, but I did say a lot of the things in our leadership that we need to look at. And also I talked about especially the sisterhood. I did talk about that, and also being censored and people trying to block people from things. What was Aziz's term for it? Boycott. He used to always say, try to boycott you. But different things that being privy to it, working closely with an imam and my father for over 30 plus years and being behind the scenes and seeing things is where I get a lot of this from, to be honest. And I just know some things that maybe other people may not be privy to. And so I've experienced some things, especially being in a family who's, people are just, some people are for you and some people are not for you. And my father told us that. He told me that years ago. Because you be wondering why you're getting all this flack. And some of it is just because he was the imam. He said, and it's just really the way we think. I was like, what is going on?
I really feel a lot of sympathy for brothers who are imams and who were imams, because as people, imams and sisters in charge of things are put in a very particular position that really is not a position that coincides or work with collaboration, because the position we were put in were the buck stops here kind of position, like the president of the United States, well, Wilson, I think his name was one of the presidents, who said the buck stops here at his desk. See, that's that kind of leadership. But see, in our leadership and being an imam for all those years, I understood what I started out as a minister because I started with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I know the attitude that we were put in, the position we were put in, and it is not a good position. It's not good for what Islam offers, but it's good for an organization who's trying to move people from one stage to another. It's good for that because sometimes people have to be told what to do because they don't know what to do. That's understandable. But when people are supposed to be adults and they then supposed to know what to do, then those people have to learn to work with each other on a level that leadership only comes in terms of morally speaking. That's what the leadership even when the imam or the leader in prayer, he's not leader for himself. He's not leader. He's not a leader himself. What he represents is moral leadership that should be in every human being. So we take turns doing that. There's no one person that does that. If three brothers are there and we just choose one to make that to lead the select. We choose somebody regularly, then we try to choose the one we know who has a better character than the rest because he's going to be standing out front talking about things of that nature. But the reality is we are the same. We are absolutely the same, no matter how tall we are, no matter how our ideas and concepts. But morally speaking, we are the same. We are the same morally. We are judged on that basis. And each one of us have to look at what we are as Muslim and how we relate to other people in terms of are we too steadfast that we can't give an inch? Or are we so weak that we give a yard and we can't be steadfast? We have to judge ourselves. We have to do what I was going to say Frankie Lyman, but no, do what the one that sang the song "Man in the Mirror." That person looking in the mirror. That we have to do that
No,
because
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson. Yes, and we have to do that. And that's not an easy thing. Now I know it sounds like no. Look, I know me, and I think I'm similar to most people. And it's not easy to be critical on yourself and then respond to that criticism and then try to change your behavior
Yes,
without anyone even
Imam.
telling you that. That's not an easy thing to do, but it's
Yes,
something we must do as Muslims,
yes,
especially
I agree.
uh,
I agree. I
following the
agree.
Quran and life example of Prophet Muhammad.
I do want you to touch on because that's one of the things you sound like my father in so many things. I do want you to touch on though when Allah says when you see people who you should not sit amongst certain things. If you see people who are excessively gossiping, always doing things to undermine you, trip you up, try to undercut you, it's not wise though. I know you said that we have to give an inch and some people give a mile, but from what I've seen is it stagnates communities when you have people who are not there to do these things. They cause this dissension. They have people not
You
liking
know,
you.
you
We
know what
won't
that's
know.
for, right? You know what that's for. What that point is for. It's when you don't have to sit amongst people who are doing wrong. That that is for the individual person who says, I would have done right, but they was doing wrong. They forced me to do wrong. So that's for that. That's to tell a person you have no excuse not to follow Allah's way. If they're not doing the right thing, you can't use that as an excuse. You cannot say, well, they're so terrible. They won't come, they won't listen, they won't that's no excuse because you don't the earth is spacious.
Mm-hmm.
Allah says that earth is spacious. If you really feel that genuinely, you have to, if you follow Quran, you have to then take yourself out that spot. But
Yes.
if you or me and you, the collective, if me, all of us, if we see that as a problem, then I believe that the change first has to come in me. I think it's more of my problem in dealing with the people than the people's problem in dealing with me. Because I know my own self. I know my own characteristics. I know the things that I've heard, I've listened to. So maybe there's some change that I have to do
Mm-hmm.
in order to get a better response from people. And so it's a two-way thing that we have to look at when situations are like that. We can't just point the finger. Sometimes
Right.
we have to say, okay, what am I doing? Maybe I shouldn't even want to do that. Maybe I should not want them to do this. Maybe I should want to do. We have to make the correction, but the correction starts from within. That's
Right.
where the correction starts.
Yes, yes, yes. Like my father said, but I do believe that sometimes we give Satan an inch and he takes a mile. He holds up progress. And as a young adult growing up in my community, I've seen a lot of placating, entertaining. They want to meet if somebody drops a crumb on the floor. Took a whole lot of his time. And may Allah rest my father in peace. But there are some people that I stand by what I say. Yes, you always look inward, because for me, like I said, I still do. Fi sabilillah. I always have. Did it for the pleasure of Allah, and nobody stopped me no matter what happened. I had a lot of people who do love and support me at the masjid, don't get me wrong, but I don't care if it's two people. It hurts a believer, especially if you're working fi sabilillah and they're undermining you or going telling stuff about you, or making up stuff, or changing the schedule, or blocking you from doing an event. I mean, this heinous stuff that you wouldn't even think of, because I don't think like that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even think about doing that to somebody else. So it was like,
I would say pray for them. Just pray for them.
oh yeah, but I'm saying not just for me. I know it has happened in other areas. It's not just Masjid Ashaqi.
All over.
That's what I'm saying. So we have to look at it. It's happened all over. I know it happened to Imam Abdulaziz, and he's got his situations where he needs to work at. And there's other masjids that I have been to, and I have witnessed these behaviors. Period. So it's not just me. And I'm thinking, because Allah says he does not guide unrighteousness. And I know we had this conversation earlier. That's unrighteousness. If you're not speaking a word to the rights, we're gonna wander in the wilderness for another 30 years and wonder why we don't have model communities, because we're following blindly. We're doing some things that we should not do. We see people doing ugly, undermining things, and we don't speak a word to the right. Allah says that, and my father used to say this all the time, you're supposed to help your brother and sister when they're right, and you help them when they're wrong. And he says, how do you do help them when they're wrong? Hold them back from them. Oh, brother, you shouldn't do that. You know, I understand your feelings. Let's go and talk about it. But from what I've seen, our imams are the most lenient, caring, available people that you can have. The people blow them up, and then those same people sometimes come back and undermine their leadership. I remember my father had did a khutbah. The brothers were out, and some of the brothers were out in the parking lot, inviting people to go to another masjid, giving them cards and everything, passing out flyers. He didn't know. He wasn't even looking for his security team came back. I mean, and that's part of, I don't know if it's a crabs in a barrel mindset, but it is something that I have witnessed that is fluent in our community. And I think it's because of a lack of self-development. Only time that people who are miserable, they want other people to be miserable. People who are not progressing in life, everything you do, it can be something that you're doing for them. But if they have a low self-esteem or a low self-perception, they think you're doing it for another reason. You're trying to ding them or be this and that. And it hurts when you know you're doing something fi sabilillah and people come with foolishness, especially people who are senior than you. You looked up to them, you think that, but then you get outside in a situation and they act like worse than the Pale Day people who don't have the religion. And so that's what I'm saying. We don't want to be involved in that. And at this point in my life, I mean, after a certain age, we all know, we can attest to that. After a certain age, you're not dealing with foolishness. I'm not working no job I don't like, inshallah. I'm not dealing with no marriage, just that somebody's not running around doing what they're not supposed to do. I'm not micromanaging anybody. Not at 50. If you're 50 and above, you should have a direction on what you're going to go in life. And you should know which was for you and what's not for you. And I know it takes time to get out of things, but you should have some type of life experience at this point. And for you to continue to allow people to just drag the whole community down, because that's what it is, it's dead weight. And my father said, he said, and I'm not saying get rid of them, I mean, weight that we need to have lift or help them elevate themselves, as you're saying. Look at ourselves. How can we be more humble, discreet? I mean, we've tried everything. And maybe we need to look at some things. But he was telling us a scenario, and he said it several times at the masjid, about being in a boat with people, and you're at the top, But the people at the bottom, they digging a hole in a boat. He said all of us are going to drown together. So he was trying to say that we definitely have to work together. But if you see somebody trying to help and lead, see what you can do. Don't always go in with a negative mindset and just be sitting around trying to find fault in everything somebody else does. It's too prevalent in our community. Then we have idolatry. It has to be, because the idol worship used to be stone statues. But to me, it's like if E.F. Hutton says something, everybody listens. Some people can say something and people just, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know if it's acting. It can't be serious. And they'll just act like it's, I can't explain it. And I know that I just seen it, and I seen people follow blindly. And to me, we've had beautiful people come in our community, young adults. I know one particular sister, she left, and I seen her. I seen her later on, like a year later. She said then people at the masjid, then women were terrible to her. She had some beautiful ideas. She was even coming in trying to teach them the ones who wanted to learn how to drive. There was one pioneer sister who had never driven. She was trying to teach her driving and doing all this stuff. She had very good ideas, and they ran her off with petty stuff. First of all, she wasn't married. She had she had been married before, but she had relocated and she had some children, so they were insecure, thinking somebody wants their husband. It's a lot of small-minded stuff that goes on, and why I harp so much on sisters, because we can make or break a community. Just like when Prophet Yusuf was in prison, he asked before he got out, what is the state of the women? Because the women can make or break a community. It's factual. We lead from behind. And trust me, women can, the leadership, it just depends on the relationship they have with the leadership. They can manipulate. They can play like they're the victim. And they be the main ones doing the stuff. And so I really want I want my sisters to hear me, because I love for my sister what I want for myself. And I'm not saying that everybody does it, because more people don't do it than do it. But it can take one or two of us to bring a community down. All it takes is one of us to get on the phone, start calling the other sisters, talking about somebody, or have a bad marriage. All of us are hurting because we're tied together. And then she's telling this person and that person, and then the brother's just going from, it's just a whole lot of things that we need to look at. Our interpersonal relationships are huge in the African American community. My daughter and Sophia just came back from the Muslim American Society, and we sent a brother Shaka. The masjid sent them to their conference, and she said it was a whole nother level. And I think that we need to also look at how we can connect with other people.
What was the Muslim community?
It was in Houston, Texas. I don't know if they were immigrant, but she said mass. It was in Houston, Texas a couple weeks back, but she loved it.
You talking about mass?
Well, maybe, yes, mass. And she
Oh,
said that they had a marriage thing, but they didn't have a marriage social. But they all throughout they had like name tags on if you were interested in somebody.
We can't really judge our community by other communities, especially when those other communities have a cultural base. We don't have a cultural base yet. We're still trying to find our cultural base. So when we judge ourselves by other communities, then we always go we always go sell ourselves short. The only thing we have over other communities now is our understanding. We have a better, a more concrete understanding of the deen and of the thinking. The thinking is what we have to understand. We have a better understanding on picture language that's in the Quran, picture language that's in the Bible and the Torah. They don't even think like that. They don't even think in terms of the allegories just there. They know the allegories, but they don't see them as allegories because they've been conditioned to think that the unreal is real. They've been conditioned to think that what Imam Muhammad said, that to straighten us out, he said the prophets that you read in the Quran, in the Bible, in the scripture, they may not be individuals. They may be talking about communities or a state of mind or a state of condition with the community. The only one we know that's real is Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Other than that, we don't see. So they don't think like that. So but they have their culture that holds them together. Whatever culture they come from, whether they're the Egyptian or whether they're Saudi, wherever they come from, they had that culture as a base. We don't have that yet. We're still working on our culture as African Americans. We're still trying to figure out who we are, and even in terms of name identity. What do we call ourselves? Bilalian, or what do we call ourselves? The half want to call themselves black, say want to call it different things. See, so we're still in that stage. I just don't think it's fair to us, and we shouldn't do it ourselves. But I don't think it's fair, and nobody else should do it. Compare our Islam in terms of as a community to any other group that's out there. And when they are able to have a community that know about politics and education and all that type of thing, whereas and business, but we're still trying to find our way. I don't think that's a good judgment. So I think if we go around them, we just go around them and think a lot they're good people. They think a lot they're able to make some success, but that's not what we set our sails to. We shouldn't set our direction by immigrant communities because they have cultures. We have to look and develop our own culture, and then we can do the little comparison if people want to. But until then, and I guarantee you that once we recognize ourselves as culture, nobody's going to want to compare themselves to us. No one. I don't believe no. It's the same thing that's happened with us out there in the physical fields where playing football, basketball. Nobody want to equalize the playing field with us as African Americans. And I believe it's going to be the same thing religiously speaking. It's going to be the same thing in Islam. We're starting to learn Arabic, the reading the Arabic. We have brothers and sisters who have their schools and things set up. Pretty soon, ain't nobody gonna want to compare what they're doing with what we're doing and what we're capable of. But for now, we have not developed yet. We're not developed yet. So don't beat yourself up. I'm talking to everyone. We shouldn't beat ourselves up about what the immigrant people are doing, their community is doing, and what we're doing. Wait till we get ourselves together, culturally speaking. You see what, and history shows this. Our history, you look at our history, look at our track record, and how we have achieved whenever we came amongst people, and they wouldn't, they took the bars off, they took wouldn't prevent us from doing stuff. We excel, and there's no reason to think we're not going to excel in understanding of the religion. It's all the reason to think we're going to excel. It's just because we're proving that. So I just say be patient. Be patient. We'll be all right. I believe we will.
Yeah, she was just saying that it was just a different level, and they're just
yes,
they're in their 20s.
She meant no harm. She meant no harm against us or them. That's just what she was viewing. But all I'm saying to, of course, we got listeners here. All I'm saying to our people is that let's just be patient and keep working on this identity that Imam Muhammad was talking about, this cultural identity. Keep working on that and developing that, and everything else will fall. We straight with the religion. Believe me, I'm around immigrants a lot. I'm around they in the fairy tale. They're in a fairy tale understanding about the deen, and we have been enlightened. We have been enlightened by Imam Muhammad, and we know real is real, and we know how to follow the logic to his logical conclusion. They still see men walking on water, other than what people doing now with skis. But they think that picture, it was real. That picture was allegory. The picture was to create an image in your mind so you can come to a conclusion about how strong faith is. How strong faith is. That's what that picture was for. But they don't see it like that. You talk to some of them, they'll tell you they think that stuff is real. They believe it.
Okay, well, I need to give you some feedback because our young adults, and they're not young adults, these were children, middle school age children. They were asking them, middle and some young adults, but they were asking them what they would like to do more. And they said they would want to socialize more with communities just outside of our community in terms of going to their events and things like that we kind of, they felt a little restricted at one point. This was a couple years back. We took a survey. They survey everything. We have a lot of analytical thinkers, but they did say that.
Why do you think they felt that way?
I think because the numbers had gone down so low and they were the youngest group still there, and they see other, I don't know, they interact at
Well,
school.
do you know when children grow up in a family and they love that family, you can't pull them out that family. You can't pull them out the house, and you can't pull them away from anything to go to another family because they love their family so much that they don't want their mother and father and sisters and brothers. That's their family, and they're in love with their family. See what happens with us, like I was saying a little while ago. We're maturing as a community. We're maturing as our culture, and once we grow up, our children are gonna gravitate to us. Right now, they don't know what to gravitate to because they see us as being confused. The parents are confused. How the children going to be? Children going to be confused. Parents don't get along with one another. How the children going to? They're not going to get along with one another. See, so that's going on in our community presently. But I think from what I've seen, I think we've reached the high point in that. I think we're starting to level off, and we're going to start learning to how to deal with one another and treat each other as respectful as we want to be treated. I think that's happening.
Yes. And I think we're also going to be interracial. I think that I see a paradigm shift in people. They're not thinking, they're trying to live their best life, and they're not as committed to living in hell just to be with their own people or living in a situation that's substandard if they're not
Well, that's
at that
because
level.
they don't love themselves.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that they're loving on a different level, and they're not looking at superficial things like color.
They don't love themselves.
Status.
The people, especially African Americans. African Americans has been taught in this generation has been taught that that European Americans and Easterners are higher up the ladder than we are. It's better to be them than to be ourselves. So we gravitate to that idea, but it is not a new thing. Interracial marriages is not new. They've been marrying African Americans and in slave time, the mistress, the women of slave time used to take men and make them their slaves, sexually speaking. So that's not a new thing with them. But
I'm talking about a community, brother.
Now, what I'm talking about community? What community? Our community. The community is the African American community that's doing the interracial marriage, and not just Muslims. Muslims, we're probably few in the number. The African Americans are large in the number of marrying other outside of our race, the women and men. So, but the Muslim.
Walaikum assalam.
I'm sorry. I just want to say I agree with. I don't think it's that they don't love themselves. I would say they may lack self-esteem or something of that nature. But I think they love themselves. They just don't understand.
Better choice of words. Better choice of words. You put it better, much better.
Go ahead, Brother Omar. Is that Brother Omar?
No, it's Ishmael, Brother Ishmael. Family.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brother Ishmael.
You're fine.
If you have any other comments, please share at this time. I really enjoyed this topic tonight, but we want to hear.
Assalamu alaikum, sister.
Wa alaikum assalam.
You've had a hand up for about 30, 45 minutes, 727-408-7888.
Yes. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Praise be to Allah. Praise be to Allah. So we had a situation with Sister Nada class on intelligentsia, right? And let me tell you something. When we started that class, it was something else. But just the fact that Nala had the thing about look, you put yourself out there, and everybody puts to the top of weaknesses and stuff like that, and our strength. We'll be putting that out there. And then after a while, I did tell her, because I said, wow, Lee, I said, that change came about so good, so fast, that I can't even really remember the pain that how it was going in those classes. But now, and besides the fact that we begin to come into a serious mutual consultation, it was like it just developed into a certain kind of love and respect we have for each other now. And you come into the class now, it's easy. But I'm telling you, they had a time and it wasn't nothing nice. But praise be to Allah. Let me tell you something. Imam Muhammad, what he says, Quran is Sunnah and mutual consultation. He said, without mutual consultation, he said, that's like really you can have Quran and Sunnah. He said the third thing is mutual consultation. And we have to get, like the brother said, we have to get the talk with each other, but we have to put our stuff out there. See, we was able to see our master, we was able to see each other's intention. And then we knew that Bilal wasn't all that strong as the words he said, you know. So and so on so on the words he said, but they love Imam, what does Imam, and they gonna still say what he said, you know. And then it just came out, there was it's a weeding process. And I think we lost one person, and inshallah, I hope that person will come back though. But it was a antagonistic thing. But let me tell you, Imam Muhammad, he was kind of like maybe your father, sister. Imam Muhammad said they, in the leadership in the community, he said, look, I don't want that brother here. I don't want him here no more. And he had to go. Because it wouldn't be putting up with that kind of stuff. And Imam Muhammad said, the main thing was, he said, y'all just too slow in following me. You know, you just was too slow in following him. But with praise be to Allah, and I imagine that's part of that I've been growing process. But be honest with each other. You know. And another good thing too, study the methodology of Prophet Muhammad. Study Imam Muhammad logic, the way he go into. So when you hear him say something, and then look into that with your eye and say, "Oh, I can see that." And then what you doing, you forming a mindset where you have that kind of mindset of looking at things without saying where Imam Muhammad, what he is, because you done train yourself by looking at his logic, and not just looking at it, put it out there. You stand up on that logic, and okay, it'll be a whole different world for you. It'll be a whole different world. Look, in the Quran, I'm telling you what Allah will lead you to. Today, good exercises. I was just saying, I wonder what Prophet, Muhammad would say about certain things. I just bring in the Quran and say, and where they say, oh, tell them Muhammad. And then you find out whatever the situation was, if you had a similar situation in your world or in your life, you just tell them what Prophet Muhammad said. That made sense to me, just like that. And then, then another thing, you who believe. You want to know what to believe? You who believe. That's another exercise. Go into the Quran and just find out where they say, look at the situation. And believe me, it'll be a whole different world for you out there. And you'll learn the value of being humble. And you'll become a very, very, very wise person. Because why? Because Allah is always teaching us. And when we deserve things, Allah opened up the whole world to us. Praise each other.
Yes, but you still have challenges like Prophet Muhammad said that. Prophet Muhammad, all the prophets had problems. It wasn't a piece of cake. So it is an evolution as an individual.
Without a doubt. Yes. Great answer.
And if you're
you're right.
I think Imam Qasim Ahmed said this. That's when you know you're getting ready to do something great. When you have a lot of opposition, people who ain't doing anything, they're sitting around, nobody bothers them. But soon as that's not the people though. That's the shaitan. He doesn't want to see us grow and accomplish what Allah will have us to do. And I believe that. I just know that shaitan is busy. He said he was going to lie and wait for us on the Sirat al-Mustaqim. And so I don't know why we always think it's going to be out in the world. The Sirat, he's telling us right there, he's coming through our appetites, passions, and desires and things we want to do. Fi sabilillah. He'll get us in that. He can take us to the extreme.
and the religion.
And the religion.
Praise be to
Allah. Okay. So any last comments? Brother Edward, if you would give us the last comment and also see if there's any other hands up, and then we're going to close out, inshallah.
Well, can I excuse myself now, Sister Khalidah? I'm really late.
Oh, goodness. Yes, you can. Thank you so much for joining us. And we thank you. You can look on YouTube and get the video. All right. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
All right. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. May Allah continue to bless us. And let's keep working at it. We'll make it work.
Is Brother Edward still with us, or did he have to go too?
I am right here.
Okay, mashallah. Okay, so did you want to have any closing thoughts or anything that you want to share with the audience?
Just that organization of our individual communities leading to greater organization of our entire ummah is extremely important. And as a father, I will tell this to anybody who interacts with young people: listen very carefully to everything that they say and how they say it. That is our future. And if they love and respect you, and they are open with you and willing to share their inner thoughts, it's very important that you take what they say very seriously. Be very sincere in your responses to them. Be very sincere in listening to them, what they say, and try to get greater understanding of why they're saying those things and what kind of feeling brought that about. Because if you don't, they will attempt to accomplish all those things without you.
Facts, yes.
They are not going to be shackled by you. They will leave you at the first opportunity so they can go accomplish the things that you seem blind to.
That's true. I know, for young adults. Thank you so much. That was a profound ending statement. Can you see if anybody else's hand is up before we go? Any comments?
I see no other hand, but I'm really surprised that some of these other wonderful minds that we have listening haven't said anything.
That's okay, because it was a panel discussion. If we want them to be inspired to say something. If nothing else, they have takeaways. If they would just look at this strategic plan and think about what would your strategic plan be to have a paradigm shift or a change in societal values in our ummah, not the whole world, in our ummah, to make these things more productive and successful. And that was the means. That was one of the reasons why we had this topic tonight. And then I'm going to close out like I did with my father taught me this when I was a little girl, and it is the prayer of Ibrahim. And I wanted to close out with this. But one last thought, Imam Shahid did remind me of something I did share with our young adults, because I told them not to get caught up in superficial things. Like some things that my mother shared recently before she had returned to Allah. We need to learn Arabic. We teach it at Masjid al-Shahid, and we have some excellent scholars in our ummah that provide Arabic learning. She told me, however, keep it in perspective. We need to learn it. We need to learn the Quran in Arabic. But some of the people who gave my father the hardest time or came with a lot of problems, they were fluent, and they were the people you least expect, fluent in Arabic. And she told me just to keep that in perspective. When we see people, sometimes we give them a rubber stamp because they look like they're more pious, they're more holy. People who have to have their hijab a certain way, or their kufi, and everything got to be perfect. Don't get caught up in the nuances or the superficial things. Yes, they are beautiful. We want to be right on point with those things. But I'm talking about somebody who just obsessed in that, or obsesses in those things, and also doesn't have a behavior that implements or shows us that they are really internalizing those things. We can't see somebody's heart, but we can see his behavior, and Allah does give us common sense. So I told them do not get caught up in superficial things, because that will it will distract you and keep us from meeting that goal and building those model communities. Because I do think we look a lot of times at what we see and hear, and that looks more righteous to us, and Allah reads our heart. We have to remember that Allah selects whom He wills, and He sees our heart. And so everybody just make sure you're keeping up your prayers, you're purifying your heart, you're releasing any feelings or emotions that are negative, you're giving it to Allah, and you're treating people with respect no matter what the situation is, and Allah will make you stronger, and you will not, as Brother Edward said, you will overcome that, and you will be able to continue to build those model communities. But you also have to be strategic. Do not sit and continuously be in situations, because Allah tells us in the Quran, you will become like that situation, or the people that you are in your inner circle. The inner circle that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam had, and everybody was not in his inner circle. I'm talking about his Sahabas. They were handpicked, selected. Because you have to have people you can trust, and the people that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow him to really see them. So you have friends, but you make sure your inner circle is tight, and that you're fi-sabilillah, because you have to tie your camel, and you have to realize, like I told them, that just because somebody says they're Muslim doesn't mean they have the same value system, and that they're going to treat you like you want to be treated, or have the same even understanding of the deen. So don't go blindly into something open arms. La ilaha illallah, we're believers, we're in this together. When you see something, and Allah, if Allah shows you something and you believe it, and pay attention to the signs of Allah, because it can save your life spiritually and physically and intellectually and emotionally as well. So I'm going to go ahead and close out with this dua. Surely I turn myself to you, O Allah, to him who originates the heavens and the earth, and I am not of the polytheist. Surely my prayer, my sacrifice, my life, and my death are all for Allah. No associate has he. Of this I am commanded, and I am of those who submit. Ameen. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you, Sister Martha Nyla, for helping with the technology. We love you. We hope and pray that everybody has received this well, and they're able to also give us some feedback. If you don't mind, please email me at cwsconline@gmail.com for anything that you wanted to say but didn't say, or any perspectives that came to your mind during this presentation. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam.
Thank you. I mean.